What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
Finals night, and it's a knockout
Andreas Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
15 is the amount of darts he's had at a double so far. Double 5.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Alton McDyer.
He'll get a dart at tops,
Game
and he
shot on
gets the
third
tops.
leg.
Open up a 3-1 lead. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 14.
Game shot
No
on the
mistake,
fourth
that's a
leg,
clean,
Alton
clinical
McDyer.
kill. Well, this would be ironic, couldn't it? Oh,
Game
how
shot on the
ironic.
third leg.
Hello, welcome along to the final day of action in Group A here at the MODUS Super Series. Overnight, Richie Howson has a 4-point lead over Danny Van Trypen. By the end of proceedings today, we'll know the first player through to Saturday night's final. We're going to be watching all the action today in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. And as far as Richie Howson's concerned, he lost his first match on Monday. He was a little bit tired, a little bit fatigued, but from that point onwards, he's been an immovable force.
Yeah, unbeatable, hasn't he? And he's earned that right. He's played well. This isn't a case that Richie Howson's come up here and people haven't produced against him and he stole games. He has produced some incredible darts. His finishing percentages better than anything we've seen in the world at times from Richie Howson. Something that he's alluded to as being one of his key strengths. And do you know what? I think looking ahead, looking at this field today, if Richie Howson can play anywhere like he has, he could have another perfect day.
Monday was really good for Danny Van Trype. Tuesday, not so. What changed yesterday in comparison to the first day's play?
And we say Danny, but it wasn't just Danny. That kind of was the theme with those players that we thought would be chasing for this title. Danny and Justin Smith, both dropping off in regards to their performance on day 2 compared to day 1. I think some of that is purely just that carrot is just gone. The carrot being dangled of, can I win this group? You see it slipping away from you. And it does sort of demotivate a little bit. That's just one of the perils of round robin darts. Something we don't tend to see too often, that sort of league table scenario. And certainly here at the Super Series, when there's only one place available in a Group A campaign and you're looking ahead and you're thinking how many fixtures there are and you've kind of got to burn a couple in order to try and catch the top of the table, it does sort of slip away. It's not just even in regards to the points, you can see the legs as well. Richie Howson has been so dominant with this that that's almost like an extra point as well there, an extra win should we say. So realistically, Richie Howson's 3 games ahead of the chasing pack with only 5 to play.
And it's a table of 2 halves. Brandon Ween is kind of sitting in third. He probably should get the Group B spot. But what about the assessment of the bottom 3? Justin Smith, Alton McDyer, Patrick Decker, all on 6 points. Smith and McDyer go head-to-head in the first game today. In terms of Alton, he had a better day in terms of results yesterday. But Justin Smith, just 1 win from the session. That is not like him.
The pictures tell you everything. The shoulders slumped, the head bowed down from Justin Smith. He's disappointed where McDyer was on the increase. Now, Justin Smith's been here many times before. He's now coming here with expectation. He's coming here expecting to get through to a Saturday. We expect him to get through. Certainly with the lineup we've got here this week, you'd expect Justin Smith to be a player who could go on to win this week. However, it wasn't there. McDyer stepped it up. Decker stepped it up. They both had more wins yesterday, better performances. McDyer, certainly in regards to the 180s, a massive increase. He didn't hit a single one on day 1, and then he hit loads on day 2. Tumpless checkout, same for Patrick Decker. Those 2 players really stepped it up from day 1 to day 2. So it'll be interesting to see if there's further progression going into today.
Let's have a look at the odds, see what the bookies think about the action. No surprises, Howson's 1-7.
Not at all. I came in before we had the odds come up on our screens this morning. I said to yourself, Henry, I would price Richie Howson today 1-7, and anything less than that is value. And then it came through at 1-7. So it's like, okay, there is no value there. do you take it on then? If there's no value, if you're saying there's no value in the favourite, that means you take it on, surely? No. I think in that regard, you let it run. And if you're looking for value, you're going to have to look at the individual matches today rather than the outrights.
Hate to say it, he did say it as well. He was bang on. He knows his stuff, does old prime time. 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter this morning. Game 1 is Justin Smith against Alton McDyer. The race for Saturday continues and you can be here. So then, game 1 of the Wednesday morning session, Justin Smith taking on Alton McDyer. The pair begin the day in 2 of the bottom 3 positions in the table. Justin Smith 4th in Group A. It's been a week which, well, in terms of scoring, it's been absolutely fine. He's hit more 180s in this group than anybody else, but hasn't been able to pick up results. The Bearded Dragon, who has won a week here in the past, now age 27, from Cardigan in Wales. It looks like it's going to be a campaign in Group C unless he can have a really good day up against Alton McDyer, the 26-year-old from Castlebar. I found out a little bit more about his celebration, incidentally, when he wins matches. I'll tell you more about that once we get underway. But it's a meeting of Wales and Ireland here, officiated by Jack Garwood, who's going to be our referee for the session. He's going
First
to
leg, it's Justin
take charge of
first.
all 15 games that we see on this Wednesday morning. And it's going to be Justin Smith to throw the opening darts of
100.
this particular session. As I say, found out a little bit more about the Alton McDyer celebration. The celebration M is for Mayo, the county in Ireland that he hails from. And on that note, I go from one M to another, and it's a very good morning to Matthew Edgar.
140.
Good morning, everyone. Tuning in for the conclusion of the Group A campaign. We're going to have our first player booked through to Saturday night. At the end of play today. But I did say yesterday, and I'm going to stand by it, just remind you of
97.
my prediction. And my prediction is I believe the players are already in the positions they're destined to be. Now, we may see some flip-flopping of positions. For example, we may see McDyer move from position 5 to 4, for example. But I think how the land lies in regards to the positions is the groups that the players are going to go into, which would be Richie Howson straight through to Saturday night. Brandon Weening and Danny Van Tripe going through to Group B. McDyer, Smith 64. And Decker going into Group C, which I do understand maybe isn't the greatest sell of a day.
32.
Well, it's a bit like a test match when it goes to day 5 and you just know that a team just needs a couple of wickets to go on and win the test match, and the other team is chasing about 400 runs. You kind of know what the eventual outcome is, but you still have to watch the
32.
conclusion nonetheless. It's 8-8.
Game shot on the first leg, Justin
Smith. And there is a I suppose, a potential fear for both of these players that because they know that
Second leg, it's
their
Alton
fate
to throw
pretty
first.
much or probably
Game on.
is secure, that if they're not careful, they could go through the motions. And I suppose that's a danger they need to kind of avoid today.
43.
I don't think you ever get that with a debutant. People like McDyer and Decker, there's always something to be got, and any win on that stage is going to be cherished by those players.
59.
I think ultimately the frustration and the lack of being able to win anything today is going to come in the camp of Justin Smith, because even if he goes up there and wins all 5 games today, he'll go, well, why did I do it today?
11.
Why didn't I do that sooner? Why did I do it when it didn't really mean a lot to me? And ultimately could play
57.
himself into a worse position, because I think put Justin Smith in Group C, I think he gets through to Saturday night. Put him in Group B, I'm not so sure. We've got some real quality coming in
41.
Group B, including a couple of major winners on the WDF side of darts.
John O'Shea, who was actually at Fratton Park last night, watching
100.
Portsmouth beat Cardiff by 2-1. All 3 of those goals coming in the first half of the match. And I know why that scoreline's that way, because if you follow John O'Shea on social
100.
media, well, he's coming to nick my job, because he was sat in the stand and on his social media,
100.
on his phone, he was giving out updates as if he was Chris Kamara on Soccer Saturday. I suppose everybody's got to have a hobby. Not the only Super Series player there last night
121.
either. Sean McDonald was there. The Punisher. Don't ask me why a man from Aberdeen has travelled down to
65.
Portsmouth to watch Portsmouth play and not play at the Super Series, but it is what it is.
I was going to say, how do you know this stuff?
65.
But then I thought,
Just
great
you require
research there, Henry, great
120.
research.
Both players on 120. Decided to go bull because Dart 1
80.
was low in the bed. He's left himself
Alton,
on
you
tops.
require 120.
Should McDyer take out what Smith was unable to. He's got a decent enough and a handy enough guide there with Dart 1. Utilises it, but now he's got a couple of blockers in the way as he goes for tops. Has to move all the way across.
100.
And pitches
Justin,
it
you
just
require
low.
40. Game shot on the second leg.
Smith
Justin
doubles
Smith.
his lead 2-0 to the Bearded Dragon.
Third leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on. 85. $100. 140. 66. 100.
Solid this from Justin Smith, just shy of a 90 average at the moment. Yesterday, daily average did drop
58.
down to just 83.88. Kept him in that 6-visit block, but it really was the doubles, wasn't it, yesterday? That was the problem for Justin Smith.
82.
Just 10 of his 44 attempts landing, meaning his weekly checkout stats, as things stand, 27%.
100. Justin, you require
6% lower
94.
than what we'd expect here at the Super Series, certainly for a player like Justin Smith, who was
Game
struggling
shot
on the
of
doubles
third
yesterday and
leg,
now
Justin
decides to hit
Smith.
2 to win the leg.
Well, we saw on Monday Justin Smith get off to a strong start.
Fourth leg, it's Alton to throw
against-
first. Game on.
Alton McDyer got out of the gate rather quickly and then never really quite happened. We thought actually after that first game, Justin Smith, if he carried on playing like that, could be
83.
a contender to win the group. But he hasn't been able to, at least on a consistent basis anyway, find anywhere near
60.
the top levels that we know that he can ascertain. But he's 3-0 up here.
140.
And you feel like more than anything for Justin today is just about giving himself some confidence to go into the end of the week. The Welsh flights have
100.
departed on this Wednesday morning, just the plain blue flights for him.
108.
8 times. Our referee Jack Garwood bellowed out the 180 yesterday for Alton McDyer.
98.
Didn't do it once on Monday. That is an unbelievable turnaround.
Well, this could be an unbelievable leg. That
66.
double 16 was to get the job done in a dozen and to get himself on the board in the match.
140.
And the bearded dragon now breathing down his neck if there's 3 more misses at 32. 2 8s. Double 4. Fresh target. Clean bed. Found into the top corner. He's been okay on that target when he's had opportunities at it. Alton McDyer pins it there. Gets the leg back. But Justin Smith here with the opportunity to get the game won once and for all on throw.
140. 41.
Well, Justin Smith beginning to make his move. His last 3 scoring visits in this match have all been 140, including a couple at the beginning of this leg.
60.
And 6 starts now from completing a 4-1 win to kickstart his Wednesday morning
57.
session. And well, this match was going to move on to 8 and keep themselves in 4th position. Justin is going to seemingly do exactly that because he's got time on his side. He's 6 from 164 to complete a 4-1 win.
94.
And upon his return, he's going to leave himself on 70.
$96. Justin, you require 70.
For the match, and to kickstart his day of a win, double 4 wasn't set. But he's set up for the win now. Justin Smith gets the better of Alton McDyer by 4 legs to 1. A good performance there from the bearded dragon to kickstart the day. Average of 91.5. The doubling good as well. Much better than it has been for most of the week. 4 out of 7, where yesterday he was doubling at around about 22%. After the break, Brandon Weaning takes on Danny Van Tripe. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harris. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Justin Smith got the better of Alton McDyer by 4 legs to 1. That's the first game of the day completed. Game 2 sees Danny Van Tripe and Brandon Weening go head-to-head. Weening, who finds himself on 10 points, won his first game yesterday. Looks as if he may well be in a position to challenge Richie House at the top. Didn't quite pan out that way. Up against Danny Van Tripe, the 28-year-old from Etten-Leer in the Netherlands. Big fan of Feyenoord is Danny, so I'm sure that he'll be watching on tonight as his team take on AC Milan at the De Kuip Stadium in the Champions League playoff round first leg. In terms of the stats for this pair yesterday,
First leg, it's Brandon to throw
the
first.
players were
Game on.
down on what they ascertained on Monday. Both played really well on Monday. Danny had a running average of 92. Brandon had a running average of 88.5. And he's running caught at the beginning of the day here. Kicks off for Max. Remember, the Python does tend to begin days well. He won his first 2 matches on each of the opening 2 days.
45.
And he kicks off here for maximum.
Well, that looked inviting, didn't it? A quick pause there as he
85.
looked to add himself to the 9-dart roll of honour. Maybe going a little bit early there with those thoughts.
You can never go early on commentary with a 9-dart shout, Matt.
60.
In terms of the numbers yesterday, Brandon Weening, 83.15 average, 24% on the doubles. Van Tripe himself down on Monday's efforts, 85.41 was his running average for the session. 25% in terms of his finishing, 16 from 63 attempts.
Brandon, you require 136.
Well, we said this Australian likes to get off to a quick start. And he's done exactly that here. On throw in the opening leg, has 6 darts on 136
58.
to open up a 1-0 lead.
$60. Brandon, you require 78.
Double 12 to take the opening leg.
54.
Well, this is the pace that you feel is going to be needed this week. That 6-visit block, and Brandon Weening gets a handful to complete that task.
Game shot on the first leg.
It does
Brandon
feel in a
Weening.
way that the misses for Brandon Weening tend to come in clumps, doesn't it? Like, if it doesn't go sort of first
Second
or
leg,
second
it's
dart, it
Danny
seems to
to throw
take him 5 or
first.
6.
Game on.
No problems there, though. A nice 17 darter to kickstart proceedings as he's just looking to
108.
keep Justin Smith at bay in regards to the league table.
Well, Danny didn't really offer much by way of opposition, did he, in that opening leg? But has got himself up and running for Max to begin leg 2, as too is Brandon. Both legs in this match as the Australian kicked off with a 180. And here comes Danny Van Tripe.
100.
He goes 5 deep. What can Brandon Weaning do?
Beautiful inviting dart again there. Smack bang in the middle of the treble. He replicates it though. 140 apiece, but just felt there that Brandon Weaning was just sucking a little bit of the pace out of the game there.
100.
Just took an extra moment there. Just to get settled before delivering. You see Danny's already at the back of the stage for quite a period of time here.
Well, this is a good response from Danny Van Tripe to
Danny, you require 81.
what was a sluggish start. Well, both players have left themselves on a 2-darter after 9 darts. It's double 13 here. And that would have been for a dozen darter to respond for Van Tripe. Weaning looking at 82 for the break-in to double his lead. Tops. 2-0 Brandon Weaning, and that was taken out with real conviction. A 12-darter, a breaker throw after Van Tripe himself had missed the dart for a dozen darter.
Brandon to throw first.
They hurt. When you've just missed that opportunity to go out in 12, you've done nothing wrong. 5 perfect darts out the first 6 there from Danny Van Tripe. And you lose your throw. After kicking off 180, 140, you get 1 dart at the double. Doesn't seem to be affecting the psyche of Danny Van Tripe, though, coming straight back with another big hit. This is a quality game.
And you have to say that when you consider the way this pair played at times yesterday, it is out of the blue that these two are hitting their stride and hitting their straps. Van Tripe went 5 deep into the 9 in the previous leg. He's not going to get past the first dart of the second visit. And he may well be handing the initiative to Brandon here. He recovers well the treble with his last dart. But he's basically said to Brandon Weaning, go on, you've got the darts, pal. What do you want to do with it?
The most sort of firing shot ever, 66. It makes you think about it in different ways. If you do what Danny Van Tripe just did there, you go 1-5, you get the treble 20, you come off the board, you feel relieved, you feel quite happy, like, oh, I've saved that shot.
59.
If you get the treble 20 first dart and you come off with 66, you're fuming. It's still the same score. It's just the pattern of which it happens and how it plays out changes how you feel about the shot, which ultimately is those little stories that make you feel about the entire game. 4th maximum of this match, 2 apiece.
104 the average for Brandon Weaning at this present moment in time. Looking at 76 to open up a 3-love lead. Well, the treble 16 leads double 4.
72.
Just glanced on the inside, and so 96. Van Tripe will return for 96. Didn't contemplate the double-double like the live dart 1.
88.
He's going to leave himself
Brandon,
on
you require
double 4. Weaning 2-2s for 3-0.
A little bit tricky. Just have to move across to try and open up the target. Throw at the barrel there. This open target returns back to the original throw position.
2. Danny,
just when he had the chance there
8.
to put it completely in his hands to get full control. The mistake comes, the slip comes, and that great leg in the last one, which he had a 12-darter to break Danny Van Tripe.
4th flag. It's Danny to throw
rubbed
first.
Out straight away.
Game on.
Back to 2-1, and this game ultimately
83.
returns to throw. Can get in touch with us here at the MODUS Super Series.
96.
Available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on Pluto TV. But we're also available on social media. You want to get in touch, the strap and the handles at the bottom of the score graphic there. On Instagram, X and Facebook, we are at MSS Darts. Well, that's 180, number 6 of the contest. Split finally 3 apiece between this pair.
And at this point, your mind starts to wander to records, doesn't it? My eye glances over to the MODUS Super Series Roll of Honour. And the match that produced the most 180s was actually a match between Irish Chris Gilliland, and the current world champion, Luke Littler. That record holds at 9.
100. Danny, you require 138.
And try plucking a 138 to square up at 2 apiece. Looking at another one of them. 60 remaining after slipping into the treble 7. Just recalibrating and recalculating.
98.
And he's left himself tops after 12 to level his match up at 2-2. Brandon Weaning raced into a 2-love lead in this match. Had a dart to make it 3-0. And ever since that point, Van Tripe's had all the running.
100. Danny, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth
Level we are.
flag. Danny Van
2
Tripe.
apiece, 14 darter for Danny Van Tripe.
Fifth flag. It's Brandon to throw first. Game on. $83.
Danny just showing a little bit of quality and resilience that he would have learnt over the last couple of years from being on that
100.
Pro Tour. I mean, you just sort of almost expect everybody to hit everything against you, and then if they miss, it's a bit of a bonus.
$57. $100.
You feel like for this pair, because realistically, Richie Howson is clear at the top of the group. Van Tripe, if he wins this game, would move to within 2
95.
points and would put some pressure on in case Richie loses his match against Patrick Decker, or there is indeed a
108.
slip up from Brandon. That's maximum number 7 of this match. Danny Van Tripe, as you can see, averaging 98, 7-180, split 4-3 in the favour of the Dutchman, who's now looking at 1-2-1 to get the break. It'll be his second of the match. He was 2-0 down. He has an opportunity here to lead 3-2 and have the darts to win it.
Still don't understand that route.
81. Brandon, you require 126.
This one will be a much more understandable route. It'll be starting down on the 19s here, will Brandon Weenan.
$88 left. Just running over his options, what he would like to do at this present moment in time.
45. Danny, you
Well,
require
it's double top
40.
here for Danny Van Tripe. Having trailed 2-0.
20.
He has missed 3 opportunities to move in front
Brandon,
for the
you
first
require
time.
81.
Well, Brandon Weenan missed darts to go 3-0 up. And Tripe now missing darts to go 3-2 and completely turn this one around. It would be so poetic here for Brandon Weenan to step up and take this one out. We'll be looking at the 12s corridor for the ball.
56. Danny, you require 20.
Just underneath the wire, Van Tripe has another chance to put himself on the hill. And
Game
put
shot
himself on the
fifth
hill,
leg.
he will.
Danny Van Tripe.
And Van Tripe has the darts here to get a win, which would
Sixth leg.
put him
It's
within
Danny to
touching
throw
distance
first.
at least of Richie
Game
Howson,
on.
put him back to within 2 points. Would have to make some headway in terms of the
100.
leg stiffers. Now, if there is a scenario where Danny runs red hot and Richie has a bit of a disaster, they do meet in the final games that they are to play in the group,
45.
but you just get the sense, regardless of how Danny plays today, that Richie's ultra reliability should be enough for him to get the
45.
job done.
Yeah, and he's already got the points on the board, hasn't he, Richie Howson? The others have got to almost be perfect today, and hope that Howson makes those slips.
I remember it was
137.
Van Tripe that led the group following the first day's play. He held the cards. Mr. Dart the bullseye for the 161 to complete the card on
100.
Monday. Then lost subsequently to Howson again on Tuesday in the opening match of their day. And ever since, he's been chasing and found himself a fair bit behind.
49.
Howson, who is on a 9-match winning streak, gets his campaign for the day underway against Patrick Decker, who
85.
improved immeasurably yesterday. Average of 83.5 for the session in comparison to what we saw on Monday. And Tripe will be praying that Brandon comes up dry here. Finds a treble.
140.
Finds 2 of them, leads himself on the little fish. Van Tripe can only set up here and hope the Weaning hasn't got something big up his sleeve.
100. Brandon, you require 130.
To take us all the way. It's an inviting guide. Unable to use it, just sliding alongside the dart. The shake of the head, the disappointment. He could have been 3-0 up. He
43.
could have been 3-2 up. He's had opportunities and chances,
71.
but now it's about Danny.
Double top
31.
for Danny Van Tripe. Match winning
Brandon, you
opportunity has come and gone, and so
87.
Brandon Weaning comes back. Looking at 87 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. We'll head down for the 17s. The treble left the double 18. Single 20 leaves the ball. The treble leaves double 5. That leaves Danny Van Tripe in a position where he can win the game here and now. Double top required for the Dutchman to complete a 4-2 win and to put himself within a couple of points of Richie House at the top of the group.
40.
He was the man leading the way going into
Headshot
Tuesday,
and the
but he is the
Danny
chaser
Van
on
Tripe.
Wednesday. But Danny Van Tripe has kick-started his campaign for the day with a win. Phew, he says, because he was 2-0 down and it was hard work for a while for Danny Van Tripe. But eventually he gets the beating Brandon Weaning by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to see the man at the summit of the table, Richie Howson, up against the man at the foot of the table in Patrick Decker. It's top and bottom coming up next.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 7-180 shared between Danny Van Tripe and Brandon Weening before the break. 4-3 in the favour of Van Tripe, and 4-2 was the scoreline in the favour of the Dutchman as well. Averaging just under 90 in that particular encounter. He puts himself a couple of points behind Richie Howson ahead of his game against Patrick Decker. Game 3 of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Patrick had a much better second day. The 37-year-old from Maasdijk in the Netherlands averaged in excess of 83.5, despite being only 25% on the doubles, up against Richie Howson, who averaged just under 90 for the day. That is pretty much his base as a player, 89 and decent doubling. It was 39% yesterday, slightly down on the 45% that he was able to ascertain on Monday. But if the truth be told, over the course of the last 2 days' worth of action, he has been head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Today, he will feel
First leg.
he's probably
it's
about
Patrick
dotting
to
the
throw
I's and
first.
crossing the T's and ensuring that he
Game on.
crosses the line. He had a 4-point lead at the beginning of the day, but that win for Danny Van Tripe before the break has cut that gap back in half to 2. For Richie, it's probably about
30.
making sure there's no unforced errors today. And that probably means, as a minimum, he probably has to win the games against the players that are seemingly destined for Group C.
Well, I think the real key here for Richie is, like you say, we can only say what we see, and the facts are the facts. And there are 2 debutants in this group that are
40.
statistically significantly lower than the other 4 players in this group. And when we also have a look at that in regards to visits to the board, Richie Howson is a visit ahead over both Patrick Decker and Alton McDyer. So if he came into today and thought, all I've got to do is beat them 2 and I'm in, he could be excused for that thought pattern, because that will probably be
44.
enough, because the leg difference is already in his favour.
Well, Howson has
140.
instantaneously taken the darts in this first leg, leaving himself on 121 after just
81.
9 darts against
Richie
the throw.
required
Howson
121.
to take out this opening leg. Looking at treble 15 with his
89.
opponent not on a finish. He's going to return for double 16 after just a dozen darts to take out the opening leg.
85. Richie required 32.
Double 16. He's been so good on this side of the board this week.
Game shot on the first leg.
And when that
Richie
first
Howson.
dart hit where it did hit, by and large, he ain't going to miss with dart 2. Howson kicking off the day with a 14
Second
darter,
leg,
break
it's
of
Richie
throw.
to throw first.
Leads 1-0. And Patrick
Game on.
Decker is seemingly having a fancy for the camera, isn't he? Conan Whitehead started something
59.
with the whole Super Series stare down thing. Saw Richie Howson getting on the act, didn't we, on Monday?
60.
Well, Richie Howson will be hoping to get in the act in a couple of weeks' time when he goes to the
100.
Circus Tavern. Somewhere, you put your punditry hat back on again, didn't you, Henry? And you believe that Richie Howson's a good shout for that title.
Look at the numbers he's ascertaining, averaging around about...
99.
Well, what he's averaging for the week in terms of his numbers is 89.05. That's not too far off a representation as to where his
45.
numbers basically lie. He has this streamlined level, and it's a very good streamlined level for Richie Howson. I mean, you look at his yearly stats, 87.48. He's doubling in excess of 40%. And you've got to remember as well,
41.
in a set play format, it's that type of doubling that could be the difference. Because you may just get that odd shot here or there, particularly late on in sets, to turn a game in your favour. I think he's very, very good value
100.
at 8-1 as per what the odds compilers have made of him. I think it's definitely the most open for interpretation, and certainly in terms of standard, the best
100.
World Seniors Championship we've seen. But he's winning more than he ever has done before. He's won a week here where he basically beat half the field that are going to be in the World Seniors Championship as a marker.
45.
I think he's got an incredible chance of finally lifting the title this time round.
The most fiercely contested Seniors World Championship to date.
36. Richie require
Steve
152.
Beaton, Mervyn King, Vincent van der Voort all joining the lineup. But a bogey number left here for Decker gives Richie Howson time. But that looked so inviting, didn't it? Bottom wire, expecting to see Richie Howson get a dart at a very preferred area of the board for him. But instead we're going to go somewhere we haven't seen too much of him, actually, over in the 3 o'clock region.
133.
Which tells you that
Richie
he's been
required
doubling okay
12.
all week. 2 6s. 2 zip.
Shot on the second leg.
Richie Howson doubles his advantage and is in full control of this particular contest.
Third leg. It's Patrick to throw first.
And Richie, of
Game
course,
on.
is one of the 4 seeds as well. So he can bypass and will bypass that first round as well. Doesn't start the tournament until Friday. Now, I don't know what you make of that. That
100.
means his tournament's far more truncated compared to the others. The tournament begins on the Wednesday. But for Howson, he can just play a 2-day tournament. Win on the Friday, get down to business on the Saturday.
100.
I think that's also a distinct advantage, you know.
$45.
I think there'll certainly be some shocks and surprises come the Circus Tavern. And this is a man who's caused many of them over the years.
Well,
100.
one thing that isn't a shock is Richie Howson's averaging around about 90, 50% on his doubles, playing to type. As for Patrick, well, it's a bit of a slow start to proceedings on this Wednesday.
100.
And the Circus Tavern will be rocking for Richie. He's a local boy. He'll have most of the crowd. And when you hear the Madness song, Night Boat to Cairo, as he walks onto the stage, you'll
81.
hear many a howl to support the owl. He'll take on either Kevin Painter or Richie Burnett in the evening session on Friday night. So, literally, he'll play Friday night the first game,
41.
and then if he wins, he'll play Saturday afternoon, and then the Saturday night the couple of games. He will be from the first start in tournament mode. He won't have to wait around like you'd get with other players. We hear at the World Championship over Christmas where you start a different tournament again when you win one
100.
game and then have to wait 9 days for the next.
87. Richie require 120.
Housen's not going to take out the 120.
60.
The
Patrick, you require
early indications have
128.
been that he should come back. But Patrick is looking to have a say in that. But the single 18 means his chances of
88.
finishing have
Richie
gone. He's left
requires
himself on
60.
tops. If Housen misses that target a couple of times. Now, he did have a bit of a love-hate relationship on it yesterday. It was
20.
the one target, perhaps the only target on the board in which
Patrick,
he struggled.
you require 40.
And kind of a replication of that last game we saw. Brandon Weening racing into a lead. Could have gone 3-0 up.
Game shot on
Didn't take
third
the
leg.
opportunity.
Patrick Decker.
Danny Van Tripe ended up turning it around, winning 4 legs to 2. Is history going to repeat itself again?
Fourth flag.
Just
It's
like it
Richie
did in
to throw
match number
first.
2.
Game on. $86. $100. $60. $85. $140.
Danny Van Tripe's next game would be against Patrick Decker. Danny Van Tripe, significant as he is the nearest chaser to Richie Housen in
100.
regards to the league table. Richie Housen will have his hands full in lap number 2, you feel. Justin Smith, player who looking significantly better today.
58.
Getting back to more the levels that we'd expect to see from the bearded dragon. He'll have an opportunity to lay it down to Richie Housen and maybe have a bit of a play in the direction of this finals night space that is on the line today.
98. Richie require 157.
Well, there is a danger here for Housen. If he's into a 2-0 lead, Patrick Decker is going to get a look at 118 to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
91.
Housen didn't allow his
Patrick,
opponent
you
to dart on
require
the double in the first 2
118.
legs. It looked like once he opened up a margin that it was going to be one-way traffic in this match. It may still be because Decker can't take out the 118. He has left
Richie
himself on double
requires
12.
66.
Housen here looking at 66 to re-establish the 2-leg buffer in this match. Well, that's not the worst miss in the world because he can now head back to Old Faithful
34.
for misses
Patrick, you require
the
24.
outside wire. So Decker for 2-2. Well, he's getting closer. That clipped the wire.
No score.
Cannot find, and so
Richie
Housen
require 32.
have 3 more in hand at 32, and you would expect him to open up a 3-1 lead from here. He's so prolific on this target. Double 8. 1 left.
24.
Doesn't go. A rare blot
Patrick,
on
you
the doubles for
require
Richie Housen.
24.
And surprising to us and surprising to Richie there. A little shake of the head as if to say, what is going
Game
wrong
shot on
here?
the
But
fourth
it's all
leg,
turning
Patrick
round.
Decker.
Pose the question, could it happen the same as it did in game 2? Well, that's the breaker throw now
Fifth
for Patrick
leg, it's
Decker.
Patrick to throw first. Game
And we
on.
thought it was job done for Richie Housen, but he could get drawn into a bit of drama here if he is to taste defeat in the opening game.
108.
Drawn in he is. Patrick Decker with the game's first max. He hasn't quite been at his rip-roaring best so far,
60.
but it's been enough. to peg Howson back.
And there's just signs there that the throw just not there for Richie Howson at the moment today. He does have a bit of a loopy action at times, and when that comes, you saw there a dart above the treble, dart below, then back above again, just struggling with the height.
100.
He doesn't want those darts on that top wire. That is not the ideal scenario here for Richie Howson, which just suggests he's not throwing through to the board.
138.
And that he's just engaging that shoulder.
Well, this has been some leg from Patrick. 180, 123, 138. On for potential 11 darter.
100. Patrick,
This
you
did not
require
look like
60.
it was anywhere in the script when Howson was tuning up, but the difference was he was averaging about 90 then was the hour. He's now averaging 81. Decker's got a better average, and he has the better of the scoreline. That's an 11 darter, and that's the best of Patrick Decker we have seen this week. The Dutchman, 3-2 to the good against Richie Howson.
And at a time that just keeps it all very much alive. See here, Richie Howson is a player that really understands his throw, because you can see that the throw's changed. Well, we just mentioned there he's engaging the shoulder and looping it, and now he's almost over-exaggerating sort of that push through to the board just to try and make sure them darts aren't landing high.
Howson loses this. This is music to the ears of Danny Van Tripe. He'll be Patrick Decker's best friend now, but he could be, well, he would be his worst enemy in the next one, because Van Tripe would take on Decker. The only thing for Danny is the fact that Richie would play before that. He plays game 3, game 5 of the session. Does the Owl? He will take on Justin Smith next.
The way that this game's worked out is quite good for Patrick Decker as well, because
140.
he's a leg away from winning, something he's not had too often. Only won 3 games so far this week, but he gets to have the leg here where he'd be close and he'd be excited and the heart rate will be going. He gets to have this leg against the darts, so he's got time to settle before that big push with throw on the final leg.
60.
Howson being afforded the luxury of time in this 6th leg. Haven't seen, in terms of 4-3s, too many on Monday, but then yesterday we saw a spate of them. Are we about to have our first match today that goes all the way? Howson's already had a 104 this week. Add another one to the collection, and maybe the Owl is firing all cylinders once again. We go all the way to a last leg decider. Howson's led 2-0. He then trailed 3-2. But the man from Raynham in Essex has taken us all the way. But it is the man from Maasdijk in the Netherlands, Patrick Decker, who has the darts in this 7th and decisive leg.
And comes up dry, no treble. That will be the invitation that Richie Howson would have been praying for.
121.
And he recovers it well. Really does there. The first dart going low, the first dart going in the 1, not ideal. And saves the scenario.
137.
Again, perfect from Richie Howson there. We'll be expecting at least a 140.
100.
See there, the angle of entry low, lies down. Should allow him to stack and build on that first dart.
96.
This is good from Patrick Decker here. He's got himself within range. And Howson needs 2 trebles, won't find it. So this is the advantage of throwing first coming in a nutshell here.
Well, this would be an upset for the apple cart here if Patrick Decker was to get over the line.
121.
1-2-1 leaves himself on 99 of 3 darter, but he'll be happy enough for the position that he's in unless Howson can pile in something huge. just when he looked like he was in a spot of bother, he is hit at 140
Patrick, you
to
require
force Decker
99.
to take out this 99 if he is to win this match. Is it tops? There's the first. But he cannot find the
79.
second.
Richie
Just didn't let go of it, did he?
80.
Held on to it far too long. But that makes things tricky. And that's a hard one to get around.
The bullseye was covered. He
42.
couldn't find a way through.
Patrick, you require
Richie Housen
20.
hasn't lost in any of his last 9 matches. That unbeaten record could be coming to an end here, as Patrick Decker looks at double 10 for the match.
10.
But opportunities have come and gone.
Richie requires
And this could
38.
well be Richie Housen's get out of jail free card. He has evaded 4 match darts from the Dutchman, who looks up to the skies and now sees his opponent stare down double 16 to win it.
shot,
And
and the
Richie
match,
Housen only needed
Richie
one
Housen.
opportunity to kill that game off. He gets the better of Patrick Decker by 4 legs to 3 after the Dutchman had missed 4 darts to win that match. It wasn't vintage from Richie Housen, but they are 2 priceless points that he's just ascertained there. It moves him on to 20. It keeps him to within 4, Danny Van Tripe. And the more he can just pick apart games like that, he is through to Saturday night's final. He's 2 wins away from confirming it. Alton McDyer takes on Brandon Weaning to kick off round 2 on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
This is how the table looks following the first round of play here on Wednesday at the MODUS Super Series. Richie Howson has opened up a 4-point gap from Danny Van Tripe in second position. Both players have won their opening matches. Howson a couple of wins away from booking his spot through to Saturday's showpiece. So that's how the table looks. Let's get into round 2, which kicks off with a meeting between Alton McDyer and Brandon Weaning. Now, Alton has been victorious in both the meetings between the pair this week. But having a glance over at what the sportsbook is saying, Matthew Edgar, they still back Brandon Weaning in this match.
And McDyer's got the throw here as well, and 11-8 trading on McDyer at the moment. You would say represents a bit of value if you're looking at purely those sort of head-to-head numbers and those
First
stats.
leg, it's Alton to throw first. Game on.
But ultimately, they're looking at the line of performance, and the line of performance suggests that Brandon Weaning is 3 darts better off. However, he's going to need to be if he's going to break the throw.
58.
McDyer has already been on the stage today, though, and he did only pick up 1 leg against Justin Smith in that bottom half of the table clash. Which
59.
McDyer only came away with a 76.60 average. So we'll need to step it up a little bit here if he's going to get the hat-trick of wins here over Brandon Weaning. But stepping it up, he is.
Showed flashes of good stuff on Tuesday. There was a improvement in terms of performance in comparison to Monday's play. Both these meetings went 4-3 in the favour of McDyer, so both matches being ran close. But it's McDyer who is streets ahead in this opening leg, leaving Brandon stranded in the 300. 6 darts from here for the man from County Mayo in the Republic of Ireland to take the opening leg of this contest.
140. $93. Alton, you require 42. Game shot on the first leg. Alton McDyer.
Oh, we said he needs to step it up. How about that? A 14-dart leg there for McDyer. He's stepping it up and
Second
serving it
leg,
down. And
it's Brandon
sometimes
to
there
the
are head-to-head
reverse.
clashes that just make
Game
you
on.
feel good and make you feel confident, especially when you've got a win against them. And he's looking very aggressive and steely there at the back of the stage.
137.
Alton McDyer certainly up for the task and trying to make it 3 from 3.
62. $125.
Well, both players really are firing on all cylinders here. Been a real good start to this contest. Seen some decent battles already on
83.
this Wednesday morning at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$97.
Meaning responding well to what was a positive first leg throw to McDyer, a 14-darter to get underway. Weaning can guarantee that if he does the job in 15, he's going to win the leg because he's got 6 on this point.
$86.
Well, finds the treble there with dart 3, leaves himself on a single to double after 12, but McDyer is hot on his heels, and that his second max of the match forces this 56 to go, otherwise Weaning could be broken. Double top. And now double 10 for level match.
Game
Levels
shot on the
your
second
devils.
leg.
We
Brandon
said the
winning.
Brandon winning. If he took this leg out in 15, would be able to win it. It's exactly what he's done. And
Third
level we
leg,
are
it's
at
Alton
1-1.
to throw first. Game on. $140. $140. $100.
Ultimate Dyer from the Republic of Ireland. We saw an amazing game in the Republic of Ireland at the weekend. It was an exhibition challenge match between Luke Humphreys and Gerwin Price. 6-1.
58.
And both players averaged in excess of 118. It was a ridiculous standard. It was picked up by some of the papers as well, that particular match.
100.
We've had very similar here in the Super Series, haven't we? Darren Pilgrim, if you remember, losing with a 118.88 average in his game against Scott Taylor. Highest ever losing average we've seen here at the Super Series. Darryl Pilgrim now applying his trade on the PDC Pro Tour.
Alton, you require
Always seemed like
161.
destiny, didn't it, for him?
Quarter final, if I remember rightly, as well on Monday. Does he go for the bull? No. Plays it safe, plays it
121.
conservative, and he heads for tops upon his return after 12.
$44. Alton, you require 40.
To put his nose in front at 2-1. Double 10.
20.
Doesn't go, but he has got time. And double 10 could be an awkward one when your opponent isn't on a finish. He's missed it at least the right side of the wire. If he goes inside, then he could have had problems when he returned. Averaging just under 103 here.
45.
Alton.
Alton, you require
And
20.
looking to get what will be the third consecutive hold of throw in this match.
10. Brandon, you require 157.
Dyer will return, but the troubles have come at the back end of the
93.
legs.
Alton, you
24
require
hits from 88
10.
darts on Monday and Tuesday. And the missed doubles starting to add up here for McDyer.
Game shot
But he
on
gets the
third
chance.
leg. Alton McDyer.
And he takes it on the third occasion.
Fourth leg, it's Brandon to throw first.
Well,
Game on.
McDyer 2-1 to the good and halfway towards completing a hat-trick of wins against Weaning, who the last couple of days had kicked off with 2 wins and 2
54.
to start the session, but he's on the cusp here potentially of losing 2 matches at the beginning of the session. And what that would do is it would suck him back into a
58.
race to play in either Group B or Group C. It looked like he was in a comfortable position where it just looked like if he just pitter-pattered along the course of the day, he probably wasn't going to win the group, but he would do enough to get into Group B. Well, defeating his first couple of games could bring him back into a situation that he would not want to be
125.
involved in, because Weaning would be landlocked on 10, Smith would be on 8, McDyer would be on 8, and if Patrick Decker upset Danny Van Tripe, he'd be on 8 points as well.
140.
Suddenly, Brandon is in a bit of an uncomfortable position when it looked like he could just sit in a saloon chair with his feet up and guaranteed with a place in Group B tomorrow night.
140. $95. $60. 60. Brandon, you require
Meaning to level this game up at 2-2. Every single leg in this contest has gone with the throw thus far. 18 and Bull will continue the trend, but because of the way Dart 1 went in, Brandon has to move all the way across. Takes a diversion off the first dart and now moves across again. 22 scored, ton left.
27.
Will not
Alton,
be
you
happy with
require
that return. So
148.
McDyer, who took out the 142 on Monday, is looking for the 148 here, not to be on this particular occasion. And so Weaning will return.
40.
Looking at
Brandon, you
95
require 95
to make it honours even at 2 apiece. He's going to get 2 at double 19. Decides to split double 16. Found.
On the fourth leg, Brandon
And we have our
Weaning.
4th consecutive holder throw. Hard to split this pair. It was 2 4-3 wins for
Fifth
Alton
leg
McDyer in the
is
first
Alton to
couple
throw
of meetings
first.
between the pair.
Game on.
And there's a real distinct possibility that the third renewal of this week could go the distance.
60.
Well, it's all going with throw so far, isn't it? If that continues to be the case, Alton McDyer will do the ultimate job over Brandon Weaning.
Keeps doing some Brandon winning against Weaning. is McDyer.
140.
Well, Weaning could get brought into a battle. We said I don't feel too much will change in regards to the placings and the groups, but if Brandon Weaning is to lose this, he's already lost one game so far
81.
today. That coming in match number 2 when he went down 4-2 to Danny Van Tripe. There's a possibility Brandon Weaning could get drawn into a battle here for a Group C place.
140.
He's tiptoeing towards a Group C trapdoor here. Here's the Australian.
60.
So he has got 6 darts from here to get the game's first break. Six on 2-2-1. To finally flex his muscles in this match.
60. $100. Brandon, you require 161.
161 and 6 from this point. To put himself ahead for the first time in this match. Not to be on this occasion.
27.
Again, it's the second time in a couple of legs where he's found himself on a 3 dart finish, but he hasn't been able to then really make some inroads on the setup turn when he hasn't been able to take it out.
No, I still feel like he's probably 6 darts away. A bit of a mess there, and
134.
McDyer showing him what he should be doing, leaving it handy on a comfortable 2 dart combination here. This one you feel may need to go.
Well, he's put himself in an uncomfortable position here, but he may get himself out of jail. Tops.
74.
And so McDyer for the 5th consecutive hold. But this will feel like a break because he's been on the back foot for the most part of this leg. To a double top, and that's out the way enough. Clean target, clean bed, double 10. In the bottom corner, Alton McDyer knew that was a leg that he could have let slip on throw. He manages to find the double last dart in hand.
Brandon to the
Relief
first.
on his face as he
Game on.
G's himself up. He's on the hill. He leads 3-2 and on the cusp of a third win of the week, a third in succession against Brandon Weaning.
108.
But there is a timely response from the Australian.
$140.
You can just tell that these two really are locked into battle here.
$60. 28. 140.
So Weaning looking at 121 now. A couple of legs ago, he made a bit of a hash
60. Brandon,
of
you
this
require
breakdown, but he's got
121.
plenty of time to put things right here and to take us all the way. Double 20, double 18 for the 121.
103.
Just clipped on the inside wire.
Brandon, you require 18.
Doesn't have to go straight for this double line with McDyer not on a finish. He may contemplate splitting this. Split it he will, and double eight's what he's looking at. Now 2 4s.
14.
And now this could get a bit awkward.
Yeah, just chasing this one around a little bit, Brandon Weaning. And now McDyer's going to leave himself in striking range should Brandon Weaning make another mistake.
133.
Leaves it
Brandon,
very,
you
very
require
handy.
4.
Looks at the scoreboard. And now the first thing is just to hope.
Well, this is tricky. And now he's in the madhouse. And now
2.
he is presented an
Alton, you
opportunity
require 40.
for Alton McDyer to seal a 4-2 success, to claim a hat-trick of wins against the Australian Python, to further restrict his points tally, double top.
Game shot.
And now
the
there could be a bit of a
Alton
race as
McDyer.
to who is in Group B, who is in Group C. He has a point towards the Irish flag that's on his shirt. He is representing his country proudly, representing his county of Mayo proudly, and you could tell that one meant a lot there for Alton McDyer. Average of 88.19, really good performance from him. 4 from 13 on the doubles, and suddenly Brandon Weaning could be put into a race to see who's going to be a B or C. Coming up after the break, Justin Smith can move level on points with him if he can get the better of Richie Howson, who can open up a temporary 6-point buffer at the top of this Group A table.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George, you require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. We are 4 games down on this Wednesday morning, and before the break, Colton McDyer got the better. Brandon Weaning by 4 legs to 2, averaging in excess of 88, is doubling decent as well. Match 5 is Justin Smith up against Richie Howson, and Justin Smith's got a point to make to Richie before this particular match gets underway. The Owl, who was almost on the wrong end of a surprising defeat to Patrick Decker. The Dutchman had 4 darts to beat him, but Howson came out the other side 4-3. He's won each of his last 10 games in succession since losing out 4-2 to Brandon Weaning in the first match of Monday morning session. For Justin Smith, well, there were some positive signs in his first match.
First leg, it's Richie to throw
Average in
first.
excess of 91.5.
Game
The
on.
doubling was good as well, 4 out of 7. But we did see this on Monday when he raced out of the traps. He'll be hoping that that's not a flash-in-the-pan type performance and that he can really build a head of stride ahead of a campaign which now may not even be in Group C, because Brandon Weaning is beginning to drop matches, and if Justin Smith can win
59.
this, then he'll be level on points with Brandon.
A little bit of surface deep analysis here for you. Just a bit of skin deep. You mentioned in the last game that Justin Smith had switched to the Portsmouth Blue in regards to, like, the Welsh ones are back.
85.
Representing. And he is very proud of his Welsh roots.
140.
Justin. As for Richie House, he's left himself an 8-1 after 9.
96. Richie
What a
requires
start this is. He did
81.
get out quick against Patrick Decker in his first match of the session. Doesn't need to go 12 and ball with Smith all the way back on 2-6-1. Was trying to do the right thing, but couldn't quite do the right thing.
39.
And he's made a bit of a mess from there. He has left himself still on 42, but all went a little bit pear-shaped, didn't it, Richie? Was looking to leave himself tops.
100.
Dragged
Richie
significantly
require
low.
42.
He's got a chance to make things right here. 10 for double 16.
26. Justin, you require 161.
Bullseye to punish.
136. Richie
Quite the finish, that
requires
1-6-1. And so Howson, who's missing more doubles now than perhaps he has done at any other point in the group.
16. No
And that's
score.
dragged low. And Justin Smith was
Justin, you
at
require
times
25.
no more than a bystander in this match.
Edge on the first
And
leg.
has taken
Justin
the opening
Smith.
leg of it. 1-0 to the Bearded Dragon.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Well, this game being played in a really good spirit between the pair.
140.
Until they've enjoyed each other's company in the practice room over the course of the last few days.
85.
And you do get that sort of vibe in this sort of environment. You spend a lot of time in the back room with the other players. It's not like when you're preparing, say, for, let's say, a World Championship game where you've got the space to stay apart from your opponents. In here, you're going to be literally with your opponents and spending an awful lot of time with them in very
91.
close company.
Well, it's not the first time these two have been in the same group here at the Super Series. They met
91.
back in December 2023. 2 meetings between the pair. Split 1 apiece. Both of the matches going forward 2. Justin Smith won the first
60.
game and
Justin, you
Richie
require
Housen won the
170.
second renewal between the pair. Go on, Justin. Bullseye. He's thinking about it. And went for it. And wasn't too far
145.
away.
$47. Justin, you require 25.
Time on his side here, Justin Smith. Completely outscoring Richie Housen.
9.
Go left, throw high was the thought pattern and philosophies there.
$94. Justin, you
2
require
8s for
16.
2-0. Richie Housen got off to such a strong start in this
Game
match.
shot on the second leg.
but he
Justin
missed.
Smith.
5 darts and a double to win the opening leg. Justin Smith nicked that and then convincingly
it's
held
Richie
in leg
to throw
2.
first.
And it's the Bearded
Game on.
Dragon who has a 2-love lead halfway towards the win.
That's where he wants it to be. Bottom wire, laid down flat, build on it.
108.
Something he's not got right so far today. Building on top of a perfect first dart, but that was a perfect visit there for Housen.
60.
Fair to say that at points it hasn't quite come as easily today for Richie Housen, but he's beginning to really build up a head of steam here. He's 5 deep into the 9. 6 into the 9. And a man that has achieved so much on this stage is potentially 3 darts away from
100.
perfection
Richie
here in
require
Portsmouth.
141.
But dart 7 goes amiss.
59. $85. Richie require 82.
Double top.
42.
Bends the wire, but he has got the luxury of time to pull one back.
$59. Richie require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Richie Housen.
Just doesn't look overly settled at the moment, does he, Richie Housen? I guess that is when
Fourth
you've
leg. It's Justin to throw first.
literally got a philosophy
Game on.
that you're buying into part of your game and it's not working, and that is the finishers. He said anything under
60.
40% he would not be happy with. Well, he's going to be livid with this because it's only, as things stand, 11%.
$108.
The scoring's not an issue at all. That's his 4th maximum of the match.
55.
This is actually the antithesis of the way Richie Housen tends to play.
$140.
Elite level scoring, and he is clawed away back into this match. He was 2-0 down. Should have won the first
96.
leg, definitely. Was blown away in leg 2 by Justin. But the last couple of legs have been nigh on immaculate from Richie.
100. $100. Richie require 81.
Potential 11 darter. 12 will do, and Richie Houghton has turned this game on its head. He was 2-0 down to Justin Smith, but a couple of quick-fire legs has seen this game back level.
It's the 3 maximums, isn't it? Let's give him a little bit of a luxury, a little bit of time. And again, perfect dart number 1 on the opening visit.
140.
He'd have expected more. He's got more.
$85.
Justin Smith just starting to lose the line. Certainly on dart 1 now. Not really giving him anything to work with. Someone who plays with rhythm and fluency tends to find that they need that first dart to be going in or around the treble 20.
40.
No surprise there to see the dart starting to be rejected by the board.
Shouldn't talk about rejection this close to Valentine's Day, Matt. It's a sensitive
60.
subject.
I thought you'd be used to it by now.
140. $100.
Well, Houghton really has turned the screw here, averaging 94 despite the plethora of missed darts and a double. Justin Smith has stayed at the same level. The problem he's got is his opponent has raised it and raised it severely. But he is going to get a look at this 96, and it could be a case of, despite all the good play from Richie over the last 3 legs, it may be irrelevant if Smith can find 76 in 2. He's unable
56. Richie
to get the double-double.
52.
And so Houghton to move in front for the first time in this match. It's double 16. It's 3-2 to the Owl. Twice he's been 2-0 down in games. Twice he's come back to lead.
6th flag. It's Justin to throw first. Game on.
He had to wait to the line to beat Patrick Decker, but he's got his nose in front here.
100.
But Justin Smith does have the darts in this 6th leg to take us all the way.
60. 55.
Have just joined us. This is game 5 of the session. 10 more to go after this. Live exclusively on Pluto TV.
41. 80.
And the frustration will come for Justin Smith because he seems to be getting this quite a bit in regards to darts either hitting the equipment, wires, deflections.
100.
Houghton could be pretty much there if he can complete this turnaround.
$134.
Well, the 134 leaves Smith on 132 to take us the distance. Houghton needs to find a couple of trebles here to leave a finish. He's found the first.
140.
Gets the second to
Justin, you require 132.
leave himself on 160 to win it. If Justin Smith cannot find treble 19 and bull, he's unable to find the treble. Houghton to win it in style. Look at it, 160.
64. Richie, you require 160. 100. Justin, you require 68.
To take us all the way. It's double 16. It's 3-3.
Justin Smith.
We go to a decider, just like in Richie Houghton's first game.
7th and
He
final
evaded
leg.
match
It's
darts and
Richie to throw
Patrick Decker
first.
there.
Game on.
It's been hard work for Houghton, but he does have the darts to make it 2 wins from 2 at the beginning of this Wednesday session.
100. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140.
when you're playing well, when you're winning.
140.
These sort of moments, you just enjoy them. You enjoy the battle. You like it when someone hits that 140 against you with the opening 3.
77. $60.
Well, that 60 is severely punishable for Howson, but Justin, because of the 2 singles there, can't leave a finish, and he's allowed Richie Howson 6 starts on that mark to get over the line and set a second 4-3 win of the day. And the thing is, the margin of the scoreline is irrelevant for Richie Howson. He's just winning matches, and if he wins this game, then he's 1 match, 1 win from going through, and he has Ultimate Diamond is next.
97. Richie
Plays the bottom 3 in the group in his first 3 matches, knowing he only needed 3 wins to go through. It was the perfect storm for Richie Howson, but he's had to cross some choppy waters, but he's left himself with a double for the match. If Justin Smith cannot find the 1-4-2, he's going to get a match start, just like Patrick Decker did in the last match. And just like Patrick Decker, he has fluffed his lines with a dart to beat Richie Howson.
Require 36.
It's 99. Oh, they were close. Oh, it's in!
Richie Howson.
Just creeps in. It looked like initially it went wide of the wire, but it just sneaks into the beds. Richie Howson just about beats Justin Smith. I think he thought that was straying wide as well. I think everybody did. Needed a bit of VAR there, didn't it? Richie Howson 4, Justin Smith 3. Coming up after the break, it's Danny Van Tripe and Patrick Decker. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, Richie Housen got the better of Justin Smith in a last leg decider, winning by 4 legs to 3. Our 6th game of the session sees Danny Van Tripe and Patrick Decker go head-to-head. As far as these two are concerned, Van Tripe got the better of Brandon Reening by 4 legs to 2 in his opening match. 4 180s in there for the Dutchman, whilst Patrick Decker had 4 darts to beat Richie Housen in his opener, would lose out 4-3, but pushed the owl all the way. But for Van Tripe, who's chasing Housen at the top of the group, now sees himself 6 points behind. If he loses this game, then it's pretty much all over bar the shouting. He'd be 6 points behind with just 6 points left to play for. It wouldn't mathematically be over, but there's more chance of an asteroid hitting this building than Danny Van Tripe winning the group if he loses this match.
2032 apparently the rumours for that, isn't it? A 2% chance apparently of a asteroid, well, hitting Earth. No, don't know about the building. I think it'd be less than a 2% chance, but
yeah, it's not meant to be a big one though, is it? It's meant to be one of those like ones that have a little bit of an effect, but not.
Yeah, just destroys like a whole city, for example. Yeah,
Well, it's better than destroying the whole planet, isn't it?
Depends what city you live in, really, doesn't it?
Well, that is a good point.
You wouldn't say that if it was Portsmouth.
Well, haven't they got this thing where they're trying to like deflect the force of asteroids? I watched a documentary on it where they can kind of like slow down the trajectory to kind of minimise the damage of them.
No, that was a movie, Henry. That was called Armageddon.
58.
But I agree. I think this is pretty much done, isn't it, in regards to the table? Because it's not just a point scenario. You've also got to look at the legs column and the legs difference. That is your second deciding factor in regards to who will win this group if all points are level. And the legs are very much in the favour of Richie Housen.
145.
This isn't just Danny needs to win. Danny needs to win big.
43. Patrick, you require 88.
To take out the opening leg. Double 19. Single 19 leaves
52. Danny, you require
an opportunity
102.
to set up. Van Tripe Polo 2. Double 14 would have left him tops.
70. Patrick, you
Patrick
require
Decker
36.
looking at 36. Look at a double 18 to take out the opening leg, and now double 9. In it goes. Patrick Decker breaks. And with every passing leg that Danny Van Tripe loses, his chances of winning the group
Game on.
evaporate as a result.
$42. 83. 59. 55.
55. Every single leg that Danny Van Tripe loses is going to be damaging to his hopes and his prospects
41.
of winning this group. Richie Housen, 13 legs clear on your live in-play table, but
100.
6 points. One more win does the job. And he will have to play Danny Van Tripe, which is where some of those legs could start to get reeled back.
100.
But even a 4-0 there for Danny would not do too much damage for Housen.
85.
Very strong position, which is why he was the 1-7 favourite at the start of play.
And although he's had to work hard, it doesn't look like
95.
he is relinquishing his position.
46. Patrick, you require 164. 60. Danny, you require 132.
Looking at 132 to level up at one apiece. He's not going to find the ball or its derivative. 25 with the first dart.
96.
So
Patrick, you
Decker's
require
going to get a poke at this
104.
to double his advantage. He got hit with this by Richie Howson in his previous match.
76.
He's not going to fire one on Danny Van
Danny, you
Tripe here.
require 36.
Double 9
Game shot on
to
the
level
second
up
leg. Danny Van
at
Tripe.
1 leg all.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Patrick Decker with the look of a player about to do his Premier
95.
League pre-match walk on a green screen. He knows where the camera is.
45. 100. $125. 96.
Danny just opening up a bit of a gap here, driving home that advantage of throw.
81. 98.
Van Tripe leaves himself on 112 to take a 2-1 lead.
81. Danny, you require 112.
No finish for De Decker, gives a bit of time here for Van Tripe.
44. 49. Danny, you require 68.
To lead for the first time. Double
Game
16
shot on the
is
third
found
leg. Danny
for
Van
Danny Van
Tripe.
Tripe to move 2-1 to the goods. Oh, wow,
Fourth
Patrick
leg, it's
says.
Patrick to throw first. Game on.
One thing this will do is it will ensure Van Tripe's passage into a Group B campaign. Now,
130.
we have spoke this week about the perils of Group B being a higher level, but you still have that mathematical advantage.
140.
60% of the players will qualify from that group, but there's some great players coming in there. Most notably, the reigning WDF World Champion.
Shane McGurk, who
180.
will certainly give the rest of the field a kick up the backside with the standard of which he's playing at.
81. 85.
Decker wants 106 for a level match at 2-2.
60. Patrick, you require 106.
Triple 18 leaves double 16, not to be on this occasion.
58.
Back for 48 for a level match.
The advantage he's got, though, here is he's got the throw in
100.
this
Patrick,
game,
you
so
require 48.
doesn't need to find a breaker throw here off of Patrick.
It's double 10.
28.
Well, this is an opportunity here for Danny Van
you
Tripe to
require
really take
120.
control of this match. Nice live for the treble. Cannot find. And so
80.
Decker
Patrick, you
to
require
equalise
20.
this game is looking at double 10 to make it 2 apiece.
$10.
So Van
Danny,
Tripe
you
comes back,
require
3
40.
darts, a 3-1.
Bonus opportunity that he probably didn't think he was going to be getting.
Game shot on the
And he
fourth
catches it
leg.
in
Danny
well.
Van
And remember what
Tripe.
we were saying early on in this game. Legs are vital for Danny Van Tripe if he's going to have
Fifth
any
leg,
hope
it's
of
Danny to throw
toppling Richie
first.
Housen at the top of the
Game on.
table.
Well, Danny Van Tripe didn't feel the consequences of
100.
missing there.
$86.
But by winning this game, he would creep himself ever closer to
108.
Richie Housen. And by hitting that maximum there, his first of the match, he puts himself to within touching distance. He's really making a kick towards the line.
96.
He gets the assignment, doesn't he, Danny Van Tripe? Win and win big.
100.
Sometimes that extra pressure of having to do it by a score, we see it on a Saturday night all the time, don't we? It can affect the performance. Well, it's bringing the best out here in Danny Van Tripe.
123. Danny, you require 121.
To get the job done for 125 first, treble 20, double 18. Does not go. Not gonna go.
50.
And he would have wanted to have left it handed than 71. There's maybe only a guarantee of 1 dart at a double now.
55. Danny, you require 71.
Treble 13. Needs double 16.
Game shot.
Well, Danny
and
Van
the
Tripe
match.
is at least
Danny
asking
Van
the
Tripe.
question of Richie Housen. He beats Patrick Decker by 4 legs to 1. It moves him on to 18 points in the group, but he's still 4 points behind his good friend, Danny Van Tripe. Yes, that was a rubbish pun. Right, we're going to take a break, and we're going to watch Alton McDyett against Richie Housen after it.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match, and the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Super Series. 6 games have been completed on this Wednesday morning before the break. Danny Van Tripe beat Patrick Decker 4-1. Right, those are the results. We don't want to see them. We want to see the table now. Richie Howson is top of it. He's got a 4-point lead from Danny Van Tripe in second position. Brandon Weening's in a bit of trouble. Well, that's the table. And following this, well, we're going to be swapping the stage for the farm.
This is like haylage, so the horses like the haylage, so they ran out yesterday. So we've got to keep them nice and warm under rugs, and yeah, we've got a little Shetland, and we got coloured, which, well, Katie's got 2, and 2 were my mum and dad's. So when they passed away, I inherited them, but they're great, they are good. My granddad had set me going when I was about 7, and then I'd just keep going up and down the field until he came and got me at lunchtime. And then we come home again, and yeah, I loved it. I loved every minute of it. He's really old. He's one of my oldest ones. So I look after you, don't I? Nice little house to yourself, so that all the younger boys don't get you. What are you up to, young man? Let's keep an eye on him.
Oh, you're biting.
So these are the original 2 mums. They'll have a little nibble. Oh, just push it off. Just shove it. Honestly, we won't do anything to it. Don't eat his coat. Just shove it. Just shove it off.
Scott Mitchell on the oche, and he's got some friends alongside him. Well, they have the saying, goats in sport. Well, Scott Mitchell is literally playing with goats in the latest edition of On the Oche. It's available once we're done this afternoon. You may even have a little ride on the tractor as well as a result. Plenty to see there. It's On the Oche. It's after this. It's game 7 here. It's Alton McDyer against Richie Howson, who, with a win here, will confirm his passage through to Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Port. So if he takes on Alton McDyer, it's game 7 of our session. Matthew Edgar's alongside me in commentary. Well, Richie Howson has been the best player in the group. He's won 11 straight games. He can wrap it up here, and you get the sense is when, not if, he's going to do the job.
Yeah, he's got too much of a gap now, hasn't he, Richie Howson? It looks almost impossible, although it is.
First leg,
One
it's
of those
Alton to throw
possibilities.
first.
It's so's winning the
Game on.
lottery, isn't it? It's just mathematically improbable.
But as
140.
Woodstock would say, any outcome is possible, no matter how unlikely it may seem.
$140. 45.
Sort of coming at a really good time. We've mentioned Richie Houghton's going to be moving on to the Circus Tavern in the very near future to try and get that Seniors World Championship for the first time. But what a time to... If you could pick your week here at the Super Series, you'd pick this one. So it just gives him a little bit of time at the completion of this.
41.
And certainly the way it's going is going to be such a confidence builder for him.
Well, he's kind of stumbled upon this. Richie wasn't originally scheduled to play this week. There was some dotting around in terms of who plays where, and he got a late call up to this week about a couple of weeks ago, and so his preparation time wouldn't have been as it usually is, but the timing of it in comparison to the Circus Tavern is absolutely, as you say,
68.
spot on for him.
Oh, you'd select it if you had the choice, 100%.
I saw it for Neil Duff. He's penciled in a week here, a few weeks before
60.
Champions Week. Lost to Jason Brandon. Of course, we'll see the reigning Lakeside champion tomorrow night, Shane McGurk, in action.
62. Richie
Alton wins this. He may have a chance of facing his compatriot and John O'Shea tomorrow evening. Howson looking at the 106. Not going to take.
58. Alton, you require 145.
So, Alton McDiet looking at 145. Not to be on this occasion, and so Howson will come back. He will look at the 48 to get the breaker throw, to take the opening leg.
Richie require
Then
48.
put him to within 3 of qualification through to Saturday night's final. Double 16 for the Owl.
Game
In it
shot on the
goes.
first
1-0
leg,
Richie
Howson.
Howson.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $100.
In regards to the league table, we're obviously drawing our attention right now because Richie Howson's on stage. We're looking at the top of the table. We're looking at that qualification place. But a little bit further down, there is not as much gap now between the Group B and Group C race.
100.
And there's still possibility here for Richie Howson to not just qualify, but to do it in style. Style that we have seen before, but
60.
style in which is the best we have seen before. And by that, I mean 28 points. Yet to see the 30. But we have seen on occasion players get 14 from
97.
the 15 matches in a Group A campaign.
Amazingly, it hasn't been achieved since July. Wesley Plaisir, the last
40.
player to do it. That was some week, wasn't it? That was some group that he was in when he got those 28 points to his name. Never actually won a week here at the Super Series. Lost out in the semi-finals
108.
in a week that Patrick van der Boegaard won. And lost in the semi-finals on the week Adam Paxton won. Mike Warburton, Victor Tinkham were also involved in that.
Richie
In fact,
required
4 players involved in
24.
that finals night have now gone on to ascertain tour cards. Howson looking for a 13 dart to
Gates on
get
the
it on
second
double
leg,
12. He's
Richie
2-0 to the
Howson.
good, and he's averaging 100.2.
Third leg, it's Alton to throw first.
38
Game on.
points difference in the averages right now. Sometimes you look at a scoreline and go, well, is that a bit misleading?
82.
Not on this occasion.
As comprehensive as it gets for Richie Howson. And he looks like he is storming towards Saturday night.
66.
Our farming friend Scott Mitchell's also got to 28 points before in a Group A campaign. The other players to do so, Jim McEwen, Alex
35.
Spellman, David Evans, Shane McGurk, Scott and Wesley.
100.
Quite the list. And you do feel at some point in 2025 we are going to say somebody has finally
100.
done the 30 from 30.
If I'm correct, I'm sure on the Alex Spellman one, Jared Cole was the only player to beat him in that group.
105.
Well, nonetheless, Richie Housen is
44.
doing his job here, and he's doing his job proficiently. 6 darts on 230 to open up a 3-zip lead. Well, if the first couple of games have been convincing, as the lines
140.
approached, he has found something. He has found an extra gear from somewhere.
100. Richie require 90.
It's double 6. It's
James
3-0
on the
House. He's got the
third
double
leg,
break.
Richie Housen.
Ascertains the tub plus average, and he's a leg away now with the darts in his hand
Fourth
to
leg. It's Richie
progress
to
through
throw
to
first.
Saturday night's final. The winner of the
Game on.
Legends League, a leg away from Saturday.
And he's got his doubling back on track again, hasn't he? Yet to miss a dart at a double in this game, which is his strength. And it's starting to work for him once again.
100.
8 from 28 today going into this, which will be under the percentage of which he expects of himself.
60. $100. $119. $100. $81.
Housen 6 darts away from the match.
41.
May still be 6 away here unless he can pull a big finish out with a lock up. McDiet just not finding anything in this game.
43.
Giving up treble-less there
Richie
will give
require
Richie Housen the
160.
luxury of another 6 darts here to get the job done from the 160.
Well, he's just pitter-pattering in his own time and pitter-pattering efficiently. He's going to leave
104.
himself on 56 to get the job done to seal a 4-0 success.
It's quite ironic, really, because he went that way to try and avoid going on tops to leave himself the
80.
16
Richie require
corridor,
56.
and now the likelihood is he's going to be on tops.
Just about. And Richie
Shot
Housen
and
is
the
just
match.
about there
Richie
now.
Housen.
A 4-0 win against Alton McDyer puts him 6 points clear. But tries still to play in this round. He can still get to 24, but if he beats Housen from this point onwards, it'd be a requirement of a miracle. Housen has pretty much done his job now. Average of 97, perfect in terms of the finishing. A 4-0 win for the man from Raynham in Essex. Coming up next, Brandon Weaning against Patrick Decker. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
A wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Richie Howson got the better of Ultimate Dyer by 4-0. Brandon Weening and Patrick Decker send us to the midway point of our morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As far as these two players are concerned, Brandon lost his first two, 4-2 defeats to Danny Van Tripe and Odson McDyer. Wise for Patrick. He lost out 4-3, had 4 match starts to beat Richie Howson, and then
First leg,
was
it's
on the
Brandon to
receiving
the road
end of a
first.
4-1 defeat
Game
to
on.
Danny Van Tripe. So that's how both of these players' days have gone thus far. What we're going to see here, it'll be intriguing to find out over the next 7 legs
96.
or so. So, game 8 of our session, the midway point of the day. The final day's worth of action in Group A. Before then, we head into the cups of
96.
Group C and Group B. Intrigued to see how that's going to go about on Thursday and Friday,
100.
respectively.
$30. $119. Check. 118. $100.
Well, Weenan Keir has 6 starts at 187 to take the opening leg of this encounter.
54.
For Brandon, it's quite important in regards to his
Brandon, you
group
require 133.
destination. It's not quite put it together in regards to
57.
consistency, has he really, Brandon Weening?
$108.
Max for Pat.
Brandon, you require
Puts himself
76.
on double 18 to take out this opening leg. Brandon Weening looking at 76 to hold his throw. If he doesn't take tops of this last start in hand, he could be broken from the get-go.
56.
And so
Patrick, you
far,
require
this day
36.
for Brandon has been pretty much close to a disaster. Decker looking at double 18
Game shot on the first leg. Patrick
to
Decker.
get the breaker throw. 1-0 to the good.
Just not stringing it all together.
Second
And Brandon
leg,
Weening
it's
yet
Patrick
to
to throw first.
pick up a victory now
Game
for
on.
5 matches. Lost his last 5 in a row.
$100. $55. $96.
It's a very hard position, though, when you are in this, that Brandon Weening is in right now, where you're sort of playing for second prize at best, really. You know you're not going to be able to move up at the league position in regards to catching Danny Van Tripe, who's
55.
already on 18 points. The best he can do now is third position and get that Group B space. But Justin Smith's playing with much more improvement today, isn't he? And
42.
he's going to be a dangerous character behind Brandon Weening. I said that I didn't see things could change today, and I thought we had the fixed positions. But if there is going to be one switch, you feel it could be Justin Smith moving into Group B.
134.
I'll tell you what a tantalising group that would be. Well, whichever way it goes. One of Brandon Weening or Justin Smith will join Danny Van Tripe, Kelvin O'Keefe, John O'Shea, and Shane McGurk
80.
in the night action.
A lot of eyes will be on Shane McGurk on the basis of what he did in the WWF World Championship, the success he had there and the dominant style, and there'll be questions to see if he can kick on in
59.
25.
Be targeting a first win here at the Live Lounge. He has hit the post on a couple of occasions.
59. $28. Patrick, you require 124.
Triple 18 would have given him a dart to the
56.
bullseye. Weening looking
Brandon,
at the
you
big fish
require
to
107.
level this match up at 1-1.
$134.
Great setup, a
Patrick,
Decker
you
here.
require
With
68.
a chance to open up a 2-0 advantage in this match. 44 left. Tops.
48.
Doesn't go,
Brandon,
and so
you
Weening
require 36.
to level up at 1-1, looking at double 18.
Game shot on the second leg.
Weening
Brandon
does
Weening.
level up. Pins a double 18, one apiece.
Third leg, it's Brandon to throw first. Game on.
I feel like we need some background music in the middle of that.
100.
Well, there's one thing for sure. The Super Series is developing in 2025. The players becoming a little bit more interactive with the various shots. I suppose
100.
the thing is, when the players are sat watching it a lot more now and they're seeing it on a regular basis, they're probably aware of certain sort of shots and things. We see it on the main stages as well. The players raising the eyebrows in certain directions,
85.
knowing where the certain shots are coming from. Used to be known as Misery Cam, didn't it? I think that one's going to slowly change as the players become a little bit more aware.
41.
I tell you what it reminded me of. Have you ever seen the programme Happy Mondays? You know, with the Fonz and all the rest of it?
No.
Well, they do a thing like at the start of the show where all the characters stare down the barrel of the camera and their names come up.
85.
Just reminded me of that for some reason. But for Brandon Weening, he's suffering a bit of domino effect here.
100.
One defeat leading to another, leading to another. I do suspect that if Brandon loses this, he may find his back firmly against the wall.
140.
He'd be on 10 and he'd be thinking that Justin Smith will probably get a couple of results
Brandon, you
between now and the end of the
require
day.
91.
And they are still to meet Smith and Weening as well later on in the session.
$51. $60. Brandon, you require 40.
Tops. Double 10, clean bed.
Game shot on
He's
the
found
third
for
leg.
Brandon
Brandon
Weening to
Weening.
move 2-1-2 the good.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Oh, that was a bit of neck contortion there, wasn't it, from Patrick Decker?
$120.
Well, it worked for him. Maybe just a sign that he's just feeling a little bit stiff here on, well, as we're coming into Wednesday afternoon now.
55.
Yep. Good afternoon, everybody that's tuning in to Pluto TV. Don't forget, once we're done, we're going to the farm. Scott Mitchell in the latest edition of Omni Hockey. Patrick Decker showing some of his animalistic instincts by hitting that max.
$108.
Brandon Weening follows up with his first of the match.
$95.
Got to think about this.
96.
Oh,
Patrick,
leaves
you
it
require 106.
with a 170. Leaves the big fish.
Triple 18. Well, mate, it's going to stay there because he picked the one with dart one like the lie. It's going to stay there to leave double 13.
85.
He is,
Brandon,
because
you
he's drifted
require
low, going to leave himself
170.
on something he's going to have to spurn a dart. But this would be some way to change the tide dramatically in the match. This is to give himself a two-leg advantage. He's not going to take it. Decker back for 21 and back to level this match up at 2 apiece.
Patrick, you require 21. No score.
Well, he's made a mess of
Brandon, you
that.
require 110.
But Brandon couldn't punish from the fish in terms of a scoring turn to leave himself on something handy. And so 110 for 3-1. Triple 17 gives himself a dart at tops,
90.
just underneath. But Patrick has
you
to go back
require
to the start
21.
again.
Oh, he's doing it again. He just cannot hit that big 5 when he wants it. May change the tactic here, though.
$17.
Well,
Brandon,
Reenig
you
here has been
require
given a
20.
gilt-edged chance to go 2 clear and then have the darts for the match. Double
It's on
10,
the
Brandon
full flag.
Reenig stretches
Brandon
clear as Patrick Decker stretches to the floor.
5th flag. It's Brandon to throw first. Game
there
on.
is- There is a lot of signs here of the tension, isn't there, in regards to Patrick Decker. And I suppose the interesting thing is how often has Patrick Decker played this much darts in this short amount of time? Because it's not just the darts you see on the stage, it's the darts in the practice room. Getting here an hour and a half, 2 hours early to prepare to try and produce a level of performance. I don't think there'll be many
6.
times in Patrick Decker's life that he would have played this many hours and had this many reps.
$140. $95. $100. $60.
$174 there for Brandon Reenig. Leaves himself on tops after 12 to win the match. Great setup from the Australian, and he's zooming in
58.
towards a
Brandon,
4-1
you
win.
require 40.
Put him on to 12 points. And give himself daylight on Justin Smith. He's got time on his hands. If he can find double 10 here, he will seal a 4-1 success with comfort and ease. A 15-darter in the end for Brandon Reenig to cross the line. He moves on to 12 points, 4 clear of Justin Smith. It means he has to beat Danny Van Tripe after the break, and we're going to watch that action now.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Brandon Weaning got the better of Patrick Decker by 4 legs to 1 into our 9th game, and it's a meeting between Justin Smith and Danny Van Tripe. Well, these two having a good chat before play gets underway. I feel like we should just leave the action alone and just listen to what these two have to say before we get underway.
First leg.
Now the
it's
conversation
Justin
goes
to throw
dry
first.
as Jack Garwood shouts game on. It's match 9 of our session. And defeat here for Danny Van Tripe would confirm Richie Housen as the winner of the group. Housen can get the job done next
77.
against Brandon Weaning. And Justin Smith, well, he would have had hopes of Patrick Decker winning the previous match as Danny Van Tripe stares down the barrel of the camera and kicks the match off of a max. I get a slight feeling that this game is going to be played in good spirit.
135.
I think these two are going to have a bit of fun in this game.
When you play with this sort of freedom, when you feel like the group is pretty much done and there's not really much out there in regards to the league table for you, it can go two ways. You can either just completely take the foot off the gas and really struggle through it, or certainly when you're playing somebody who plays at a similar sort of pace like these two are, it can bring out some very, very good games and some very big moments.
49. $97.
Well, Van Tripe looking to leave himself on double 16 after 12, and that maximum allows him to do exactly that. He kicked over Max, a couple of OP scores, but finds another Max, and he may not even get a go.
80.
Justin Smith wiring double 6, Van Tripe back for 2 16s for a 1-0 lead in the break. 13 darter, Van Tripe is up and running.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on. $100. $60. Check 45. 60.
Well, both players are reaching this stage of their career. Interesting, it's just a year between them. Justin Smith, 27, Van Tripe, 28.
140.
Both players that are in their youth career burst onto the scene, but I suppose now really are trying to mature as senior players, particularly in the case of Van Tripe having just dropped off the tour. We kind of said this to the likes of Bradley Brooks last year, where Danny's kind of at this crossroads, isn't he, in his career, as to
85.
this year could possibly paint a picture, or the next 12 months could paint a picture as to where the coming years could be for him.
60. $95.
So it's shown some good signs so far this week, hasn't it? Dan Van Tripe, and you'd be expecting to see him
136.
here on Saturday night, having a crack at the weekly crown.
94. Danny, you require 161.
Well, Van Tripe isn't going to take out the 161. What is Smith going to make of the 42
60.
to
Justin, you require
level this
42.
contest up? Van Tripe got the breaking leg one, but that could be quickly evaporated here. That's not nice.
10.
You could tell it wasn't nice.
Danny,
The
you
flight was in the
require
way.
101. $69. Justin, you require 32.
Both players on double 16. Justin Smith with a poke to level up. Finds the
Game shot on
double
the
8.
second
Breaks
leg,
back.
Justin
One
Smith.
apiece.
Third leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
We've had a few communications
100.
regarding lookalikes, haven't we, this week with Danny Van Tripe? A lot of people comparing him to a player who scored a goal last night, Erling Haaland.
60.
Scored 2 last night for Manchester City against Real Madrid.
140.
Be getting him back in the fantasy football team soon.
However, he'll be watching his
6.
beloved Feyenoord, I'm sure, somewhere tonight as they take on AC Milan in the first leg of their Champions League knockout playoff.
91.
He was actually telling me that Feyenoord have the most expensive tickets in the Champions League, €85 per match. And that's the cheapest ticket.
140. Justin, you require 170.
170 for Justin Smith is on offer. Bullseye for the fish.
123.
Line was all right, the length dipped low.
$60. Justin, you require 47. Game shot on the third
Good
leg.
adjustment
Justin
following
Smith.
dart 1. Recovered well. 2-1 Justin Smith.
Fourth flag, it's Danny to throw first. Game on. $123.
So what did you say it was for a ticket to Feyenoord? Did you say it was a £5?
It's a bit more than a fiver.
92.
€85 to go and watch that game.
Do you know what is a £5?
Oh, I know what's a fiver. Tickets here on a Saturday night.
140.
What a segue, Matt. What a segue. Scan that QR code to take you to a website called www.dartshop.tv, where you could be here for Saturday night conclusion to a MODUS Super Series week.
£80 cheaper than a game at Feyenoord.
41.
Put it this way, you could probably come and watch every single Saturday night for a ticket at Feyenoord.
57.
And just like Danny's team's previous manager, he's looking to slot his ticket into Champions Week.
100. $45. Danny, you require 97.
97 for Danny Van Tripe. Didn't have to
57.
play about, and so conservatively leaves tops. Nip and tuck this game, all going one way then the other. No one's had more than a leg
59.
lead in this
Require
match.
40.
To level up, double top. Here
Gauge
goes
on the
last
full
dart, top
flag,
corner,
Danny Van
2-2.
Tripe.
Well, Danny
Fifth
returned
flag,
to the
it's Justin
WDF
to throw
circuit
first. Game
after
on.
losing his tour card at Q-School. He made it through to the semi-finals of the Dutch Open
108.
as Justin Smith gets that elusive max.
100.
Really did enjoy the walk-on experience, didn't he?
Yeah, it was...
60.
let's just say it was an intriguing walk-on, to say the least, from Danny Van Tripe. He was...
125.
what do they call it? Live your best life? I think he enjoyed it more than anybody watching it.
140.
Honestly, it's
55.
a bit on the
Justin, you
cringy
require
side.
121.
121 for Justin Smith. So he walked onto a song, Danny, which is
94.
made by a Dutch producer, a Dutch musician. And basically, it was a
Justin,
rap
you
song which
require
was all about
27.
darts. And so he decided to walk onto that. And he knows literally word by word of that
Gauge on
song.
the fifth flag,
But Justin Smith is singing on the right side of the hymn sheet here. 14 darter to put his nose in front, 3-2.
What was the
Sixth
song?
flag, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Let me have one look at Instagram.
100. $47. 108.
Well, the song that's being sung right now is the maximum. Both players reacting as well to their big hits, but Danny Van Tripe doing significantly more of them. 4 180s in this game, 3-1 in the favour of the Dutchman.
$57.
Down to a finish after 9. Justin Smith cannot leave a finish, regardless of what he does here. So, by the pattern of play and what we've
Danny, you
seen, we'll
require
be
164.
expecting a last leg shootout here.
Well, it's been that type of group and it's been that type of day.
$94.
He's let himself 70 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Boy there from Justin Smith does leave himself on a finish.
70.
Van Tripe looking at tops to take us the distance. No mistake,
Gauge on
top
the
corner,
sixth flag,
3-3.
Danny Van Tripe.
We head to leg 7 again.
7th and final leg. It's Justin to throw first. Game on. $100. 100.
I mean, I did show you the walk-on. What did you make of said Van Tripe walk-on?
140.
Different is memorable, though.
100.
And he's got a very good personality, Danny. He's very easygoing and
140.
likes to enjoy his craft, but when on the hockey, it is all business. Smith, 121 left after 9 darts to win the match.
108.
As to is the position that Danny Van Tripe finds him in with his 4th max of the match. And second time today he's hit 4 maxes in a contest.
57. Danny,
He's
you
going to get a
require
poke here at the
121.
1-2-1 to win it. If he doesn't, Howson wins the group potentially. Double 14. Oh, what a
Get
finish.
your unmatched
What a way
Danny
to
Van
finish.
Try.
He strikes a pose and he strikes a blow to Justin Smith. What a great embrace with the pair. A game played in great spirit. These two have become great friends over the last week or so. Van Tripe having a conversation with Justin about something. It's Danny Van Tripe who wins by 4 legs to 3, including the 1-2-1 to finish. Richie Howson takes on Brandon Weening next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. Before the break, Danny Van Tripe gave his fleeting hopes of winning Group A alive by taking out this 121 checkout to beat Justin Smith by 4 legs to 3. Striking a pose, and for Justin Smith, that strikes for him the probability that he's going to be playing in Group C later on in the week. This is what we've seen then during Wednesday's action at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 9 games completed, 2 more rounds of action to go. And going into it, Richie Howson is 4 points clear, and he's pretty much home and hosed. To win here against Brandon Weening, it is all over. But if there is a defeat and there is a win for Van Tripe, and they're big in both direction, then Van Tripe and Howson do go head-to-head in game 13 of 15 on this Wednesday afternoon. Well, we're exclusively live on Pluto TV in the United Kingdom and associated territories. For those of you that are joining us, welcome along to the Darty Party in Pompey. We're having great fun on this Wednesday afternoon, and it's always great fun for myself to be in the company of prime-time Matthew Edgar as this Group A comes to a close, and for Richie Housen, the opportunity to finish the job off once and for all.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
It's felt that way for a while, hasn't it? They were just sort of waiting for Richie Housen to mathematically cross that line. Something Brandon Weening's kind of been struggling with a little bit, hasn't he, today, crossing the line, and certainly at the back end of yesterday as well. Maybe not quite getting the results that you feel his sort of levels would warrant.
59.
I do believe he's one of those players we quite often describe as will improve as the week goes on. I think we'll see more from him in a Group B campaign or potentially Group C campaign if it all goes horribly wrong over the next hour or so for Brandon Weening.
Well, it's all got to go wrong for him and it's all got to go right for Justin Smith. Effectively, Weening's in the same situation as Housen in terms of any win. He's into Group B. He's 4 points ahead of Justin Smith, just like Richie Housen's 4 points above Danny Van Tripe. And he does have a nice little buffer in terms of legs difference. However, just like in the meeting between Van Tripe and Housen in Game 13, Smith meets Weening in Game 14. So the table's going to have a nice uniform look going into the final round of matches, all things being well. You'll have the top two, followed by the middle two, and then we're going to finish with the bottom two.
135. $85.
Perfect setup. Weening's left himself on double 18 after 12 against the throw, forcing Housen to take out this 116. Double top is found. Housen a ton topper to kick off. He's 3 legs away from booking his passage once and for all into Saturday's showpiece.
Well, that's the last 6 darts that Richie Housen has thrown at double have all been successful. That's a good little run.
108.
Just jumped a little bit there on the release, didn't he? Richie Housen just hopping on that lead foot.
140.
Covers it well, though. Stacking on top.
Hello, Brando.
139.
Heads down for cover. Couldn't find the perfect treble.
The reaction tells you that he was feeling it. He was fancying that. He was expecting.
Sometimes it is the hope that kills you. And just when it looked like he's in a good spot on throw, 5 deep into the 9, Housen piles in a 180 of his own to put himself right on the shoulder of the Python. What a leg this is.
130.
On for potential 11 darter. I know we're legging a bit in. 130 plays 117. And I know it's early, but it's good.
Brandon, you require 52.
Double 16. 11 darter.
On the second leg, Brandon Weening.
Wonderful from Brandon Weening. That's the type of quality that he has, and he's showed it excellently
Third leg,
there.
it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Brandon Weening played at the WDF World Championship. Richie Housen also has a WDF ranking title under his belt. He won the Viking Cup at the Indigo O2 Arena
30.
back in 2022. That was the memorial tournament which was held for the late great Andy Fordham.
6,
Carried silver WDF points, did that particular competition.
100.
A place where Wayne Warren and Mikuru Suzuki would pick up the last ever BDO World Championship titles. And the question will very quickly turn to who's going to pick up the title here on Saturday night. Richie Howson, you would say, is looking pretty much set to be there. You'd imagine he's going to be the strong favourite to win the week when he does dot the I's and cross the T's at some point. And if he keeps picking off legs, he may not even need to win another game to get the job done on legs difference. I know you won't want to think in those terms, but there is a possibility that could be the case.
$140. $174.
Beautiful setup play
Brandon, you
there to
require
try
91.
and rescue the situation, but he's just got to stand and hope that Brandon Weaney doesn't take this opportunity, which he won't. And Richie Howson will come back to a
Richie
very
requires
preferred area of the
16.
board to try and keep this run of hits going. 6 from 6 on the doubles. And a rare miss, but you feel like this one's just going to go alongside that one. A beautiful marker there for a player who lands the darts flat.
4 flag.
A 1-2 puts Howson 2-1 in front, and he thought he was throw first in that leg. Well, he's trying to get any advantage he can. Oh, Richie.
137.
Just peered below there with the final dart.
$100. $41.
We're heading into the meat of the match now. 3 legs in, midway point. Weaning. You feel like needs a big score here and finds a big score. Finds his second max of the contest. I mean, the numbers here are stupid. Howson 102, Weaning 117, and it's a losing average right now.
100. Brandon, you require 84.
Maybe not for much longer, though.
Game shot
Well,
of
the 2 hole to throw have both
Weaning.
been in 11 darts here for Brandon Weaning. That is quality. And the only thing
5th
that
flag.
Richie
It's
Howson
Richie
can
to throw
do
first.
is hit a 9 darter.
Game on.
Well, that is silly. In terms of numbers, in terms of time. But we haven't seen a game similar to this before. Do you remember the Scott Taylor Dale Pilgrim game where Pilgrim lost of 118 average? Well, Scott Taylor averaged 100.2. He did his job in terms of 15 darters despite what the other player was doing.
$100.
To put it into context, if Brandon Weaning was to ascertain an average of 113.43 or more, he would find himself in the top echelon of averages we've ever seen here. Forget about top echelon of averages. We could be looking at the record average here, the 122.69 of Darryl Pilgrim. And Richie Howson himself is averaging 107.95. He's on for an 11 darter himself.
51. Richie require 81.
For 3-2, it'd mean that 3 of the 5 legs would have been 1 and 11 if he took it out cleanly. Bullseye. Doesn't
56.
go.
Brandon, you
He's
require
gone for the 12 on ball,
170.
giving full respect here to Brandon Weenie and the way he's playing, saying he could actually take this. Especially when he's been finding that treble 20 with the first 2 darts. Won't find it on this occasion. Richie Howson looking to drive
60.
home that advantage
Richie
of throw
require
here.
25.
Show just how vital it is. That
Game
question
shot
is
of
being
fifth
answered.
leg, Richie
How
Howson.
important is throwing first? Well, even 114 average from Brandon Weenie can't find a break
Sixth
here.
leg, it's Brandon to throw first. Game on.
There is an argument as well that when you are throwing second and you're throwing well when you're throwing first, your average is always going to be bigger because you're going to find yourself chasing in the legs that your
100.
opponent's throwing first in. But there's no denying that these two have reached the peak of their powers in this contest at points.
60.
And again, we go to the Circus Tavern in a couple of weeks' time for the Seniors World Championship. What a message and what a marker this is being laid down here for Richie Howson to let that field know
100.
that he's got a little bit more than what we've billed him as this week, which is consistently around the 90.
I can see his odds for that championship tumbling if he continues to do what he's doing this
100.
week. If he's still at 8-1, I think he's the fancy play. So say he has to bypass the first round or gets to bypass the first round because he's a seed. And so he's got a shorter tournament. He can play it in 2 days. And he's playing pretty much a home tournament. And he's looking at home on this particular stage.
140.
Big visit this for Brandon. If he comes up dry, Howson will get 6 for the match. But he ain't missing a thing, is he?
100. $58. Brandon, you require 141.
To take us all the way. 141 is going to go. Can Howson win it with a 143? He's already had the 116 in
Richie
this
require
contest. And this would be the
143.
finish to take him through to Saturday. Possibly saving his very best until the very last. But just above the wire on the treble 17. He'll find the 25 to leave himself on
Brandon, you
41. If he
require
even gets a look at
62.
it, you would suspect the way this game's gone, he won't.
Game shot on the sixth
3
leg.
from 3 on the
Brandon
doubles,
Weenie.
and we go all the way again.
7 from final leg. It's Richie to
Worst
throw
case
first.
scenario for Richie Howson.
Game on.
Even if he is to lose his leg, he's done the minimum requirement, hasn't he? He's got those 3 legs, because that's the only way he can be caught now. Just reducing the risk.
24.
He's done this a few times this week, just making sure he's found his mark, that his footing is settled, and it's how he wants it to be.
45.
Sure, this is going to be the type of match that's going to be relayed and replayed on the Pluto TV channel. A darts gold fest.
100.
Now, Richie's average for the first time in this game is dovetailed below the ton mark.
$42. $140.
Big visit. That for Richie Howson.
$140.
Well, there's no quit in Brandon Weaning, but Richie Howson 6 starts away from getting the job done and getting the job done, the main job that he set out to achieve when he turned up on Monday
99.
morning, and that's qualify for Saturday's final. Been some contest.
$140. Richie
But
requires
this, the opportunity for Richie Howson to seal his progress through to Saturday's final. Let's look at a treble 18 for a data double 12. He's going to come back for tops.
Brandon, you require
If
134.
Weaning can't take out the 134. Averaging 105, 3 from 3 on his doubles, and he may not get a look to win this match.
He may not get a single double on the house
Richie
and
require
darts.
40.
Control from the owl.
Richie Howson to hold his throw, to hold his
shot
nerve,
and the match.
and to book his
Richie
place
Howson.
through to Saturday's final. What a contest that was. Brandon Weaning losing despite averaging 104.84. The game of the week so far. Richie Howson winning, holding 4 times, an average just under 99. 4 from 7 on his doubles, including that 116 checkout. For Brandon Weaning, averaged nearly 105, was perfect on his doubles. But Richie Howson had the power of throw, and it proved to be powerful. And he's the powerful force in this Group A, sealing his passage through to Saturday night's final. 26 points is enough for him to book his passage through. Coming up after the break, we're going to be watching Danny Van Tripe. He's got the silver medal up against the Irishman, Alton McDyer.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on the 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Richie Howson has won Group A. He got the better Brandon Weaning before the break by 4 legs of 3. So Danny Van Tripe is going to be in Group B tomorrow evening. Brandon Weaning is very close to being there. And if Patrick Decker gets the better of Justin Smith in this next match, he will join us. So Howson, the first name into the hat then for Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Our next game is between Danny Van Tripe and Alton McDyer. It's our 11th match of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for this pair, well, it's still well, no, that's not because of the legs difference. Alton McDyer can move on to 12 level with Brandon Weaning, but the legs difference isn't going to match up. Danny Van Tripe is going to be in Group B. So these two really just playing for position and
First leg,
playing
it's
to
Danny to the
get
right
themselves
first.
in the best possible suit
Game
ahead of
on.
their second campaigns.
$100.
Well, we did see a really good performance, didn't we, last time from Danny Van Tripe, ending with that 1-2-1 finish against Justin Smith.
140.
He'd have been very appreciative of the pace of the game, and no doubt will be the same here against Alton.
100.
It's got to be said with McDyer, he really has played himself into a bit of form, because after the first couple of games on Monday, he'd only won 3 legs. In fact, across
100.
the whole of Monday, he was more likely to average sort of mid to low 70s. And as the week's gone on, he's just looked a little bit more likely at times. He's won a game averaging 90, won 86, one win 88. Now got his weekly 180 stats up to 11. So
140.
he's showing signs and glimpses that certainly this week in a Group C campaign, he could be a lively contender at times.
And it's a Group C that's very
59.
much
Alton, you
open
require
for
121.
interpretation. He's left himself on 121 here to take out the opening leg, not to be on this particular occasion.
59.
He's going to return for 62 to get the break.
80. Alton, you require 62.
Well, Van Tripe looks like he's had the stem of the tide taken out of him. Sluggish opening leg. McDyer, 27 scored, so 35 left. And so double 16 remains.
Game
And
shot on
found.
the first leg.
And it's
Alton
1-0
McDyer.
to Alton McDyer.
Second leg, it's Alton to throw first. Game on.
I've seen some good lefties here over the last couple of weeks. Carl Sneed made it through to the semi-final. And of course, we've got the left-hander,
60.
Sam Spivey, the southpaw from Scarborough, who is going to be playing a Champions Week at the tail end of April. That will be
140.
across the Pluto TV network.
$96. $100. $100. $57.
When you look at that Group B, Matt, where do you kind of picture tent in terms of the contenders for it.
100.
It's a tricky one to call. I mean, Shane McGurk obviously catches the eye and is a favourite to win the week. Well, he was the favourite to win the week until the performances we've seen from Richie Howson. And
Alton, you
he
require
sort of
145.
moved himself into that favourite position, especially now that he's already into Saturday night.
95. Danny, you require 121.
Reception back home to celebrate his triumphs in the WDF World Championship. He's already taken this out once today. He's
93.
So close to take it out for
Alton,
a second
you require
time.
50.
Dyer looking at tops to open up a 2-0 lead in this match.
$30. Danny, you require 28. No score. Alton, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg. Alton McDyer.
There's that reaction as well from McDyer. He's one of these players that likes to play
Third
with a little
leg,
bit of
it's Danny
aggression.
to throw first.
He tends to
Game
bring
on.
out the good in him. We've seen it in some players, haven't we? Most notable, certainly in the
100.
professional game with Gerwin Price, someone who, when he starts to feel that emotion of the tide, will start to produce his best
29.
darts. Maybe not the best example there, though, from McDyer.
140.
And I suppose the key to playing that way is knowing the right time to kind of let that steam out.
81.
And it's letting a little bit of the steam out, reducing the pressure. It's not about letting the steam out, it's just about reducing the pressure within it. Because ultimately you let it out, then what you do is you feel flat.
81. Danny, you require 161.
17 would have left him a dart at the ball, not to be on this occasion, but he has left himself on
137.
double 12 after 12. McDyer can do absolutely nothing about it in this leg.
60. Danny, you require 24.
Well, doubles have been a glaring
score.
problem in this match, and because he had time, decided to bust. No need to toil around with double 3 there.
$44. Danny, you require 24.
Still time.
12.
This is where it gets frustrating for McDyer, who hasn't kept close enough order to make use of the misses.
100. Danny, you require 12.
He's only left 106 after 18 darts. This time, well, I say he had to go for double 3. He split 2 double 2 and then missed the double. But then
It's
now
on the
decides to
third
go double
leg.
3
Danny
and
Van
decides,
Trapp.
actually, that's a bit of a friend.
Just ironic, isn't it? Trying to stay
Fourth
away
leg,
from the
it's
target,
Alton
and
to
it's the
the
only one he's
first.
hit.
Game on. $123. 60. $100. 100. 60. 137. 21.
Well, McDyer raced into a 2-0 lead in this game, but you feel like it's starting to turn here. Danny Van Tripe had been the big favourite before a dart was thrown, and he's re-establishing himself here as the favourite to go on to win this game, turning it round, looking at the breaker throw, and a level game in what would turn into a best-of-3 race.
Well, the previous leg he'd have double 12 after 12, but it took him a
24.
while to get over the line.
Game
No
shot of
problem
full
there.
flag. Danny Van
13
Tripe.
darter. Desmond.
Fifth leg, it's
Tripe.
Danny to throw first.
Standing up to
Game on.
attention in that previous leg. We're back at a level match. And it is the Dutchman that has the darts to establish a lead for the first time.
41.
Well, 2-0 deficits have been, for players actually, something they've been able to come back from a few times.
59.
They say in football 2-0 is the most dangerous scoreline. Well, today looks like 2-0 is the most dangerous scoreline here too.
60. 45. 45. 58. 59. 41. 60. 100.
Well, that leaves Alton close to a finish. Van Tripe needs to find a treble here.
100.
Does so last dart.
$58. Danny, you require 136.
Well, both players on a finish in what has been a slow leg, but it could be a quick end. The second treble is going to be found for go at double 8, but Van Tripe is going to leave himself on top if McDyer can't find the McDyer can't find the 140. Oh, is that Danny Van Tripe?
That looks inviting.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well, he's given us one
Alton
every single
McDyer.
day, hasn't he? McDyer, a 142 on day one, a 130 yesterday, and today's
Sixth
biggie
leg, it's Alton
is the
to throw
140.
first. Game on.
Always reliable for giving us a moment.
Talking about reliable, you can rely on Danny Van Tripe to wear his heart on his sleeve and tell us how he feels down the barrel of the camera. Now, Alton McDyer, you may see celebrates the other way. Now, that's mainly
96.
because that's kind of the natural point of celebration for a left-handed player. At the World Championship, the television company that covers that event will actually have a camera to the
45.
left-hand side of the board, so when James Wade wins a leg, they can cut to that side of the auditorium to show his celebration.
140. 140. 95.
Well, McDyer leaves himself on the big fish.
100. Alton, you require 170.
Well, this to wrap the match up.
$58. $140. Alton, you require 112.
Van Tripe's left himself on a 2-darter in case this does not go. It's not going to go, and so Van Tripe,
88.
full of a match,
Danny
should
requires
get a dart
76.
at least at tops. We'll hope for a couple at double 8 to take us the distance. Tops was
X on
never
a
in
sick
doubt,
flag,
was it?
Danny Van Tripe.
3-3, everybody.
7 from final leg.
This
It's
game
Danny
11.
to throw
4 more to
first.
go after this one.
Game on.
Decker, Smith, Van Tripe, House and Smith,
6.
Wheeling, McDyer, Decker follows this.
There is still that possibility for Danny Van Tripe that he could pick up 24
140.
points from this group and not qualify.
26 is the
6.
safe haven number. Once you get to that, you can't be toppled. 24 is just incredibly harsh on someone to not win a group. I mean, last week we saw 3 players at 18 points at the top of Group A.
$140.
It's easy to say, oh, if he plays like this, he should be okay in Group B. But you look at that group and you look at some of the heavy hitters that are involved in that group. May not be as
40.
easy as that.
$59.
Finds a treble with the last. Needed to find a treble with the last. For Tripe, hoping he's got 6 on this point, but he will be wary of the fact that his opponent took out a
Alton, you require
140.
138.
Is he going to finish with the 138? Van Tripe poised on 124 if he doesn't. And the Dutchman is going to get a look at this finish to win the match.
116. Danny, you require
The old double
124.
18, double 11 setup play.
Double 11 is one of those beautifully positioned
38.
doubles.
Alton, you
Certainly for a
require
left-hander.
22.
It's a lovely double to go for, but the breakdown's just horrible if you go inside. And that's the problem. One more match dart. Double
Game
for his
shot, and the
pin.
match,
And Alton
Alton
McDyer will move on to 10 points in the group. In fact, he will temporarily get the jump of Justin Smith, who takes on Patrick Decker after the break. But for Alton McDyer, good win for him. 4-3 win against Danny Van Tripe, who is second in the group. He can't move anywhere. At the tail of the tape after the break, it's Decker up against Smith.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Danny Van Tripe lost out 4-3 to Alton McDyer, and so we head into our final match from the fourth round of games. It sees Patrick Decker and Justin Smith go head-to-head. If Patrick Decker wins this match, then all the positions in this group will be locked in. We'll know where everybody is going when it comes to Thursday and Friday's action. We'll be able to dot I's
First
and we'll be
leg,
able
it's
to
Patrick to throw
cross
first.
T's, and actually mean that Justin
Game on.
Smith would move down to 5th place in the table following Alton McDyer's win over Danny before the break.
$85.
Decker getting us underway, but Justin Smith looking to kick off with a trademark max.
140.
Was one of the highlights of his game, wasn't it, really early on in the week? Just sort of wavered off a little bit today. 15 across Monday and Tuesday, 9
30.
maximums on Monday alone. Got 6 yesterday. Hasn't quite kept that pace going into day number 3. But be something that he'll be hoping to refine going into his group campaign on Thursday and Friday.
Yep, double session days.
43.
Thursday and Friday afternoons will kick off at 1 o'clock United Kingdom time here on Pluto TV, whilst Group B will get underway.
60.
10 o'clock GMT. Do check your local listings if you are tuning in around the world as to when the MODUS Super Series goes live.
78.
Well, Smith getting off to the stronger start of the two. He's got 6 starts from here to get the breaker throw in the opening leg.
95. $57. Justin, you require 106.
So 106 here for Justin Smith to take the opening leg. Treble 18. But decided to stay there. Persevere for double 13.
65.
Down in 15, that's what he'll be aiming for in his Group C campaign. He's going to be out in 6 visits.
74.
Put him
Justin,
top
you
of the
require
table.
41.
Double 16. Well, the 8 leaves double 12. And because of that single
17.
9, the flight
Patrick,
was
you
in the way
require
of the target he was aiming for.
134. $28. Justin, you require 24.
2 6s. Double three, does it
18.
go? Well, this would be
Patrick,
a
you require
pinch of a leg for Patrick
106.
if he takes this out. Triple 18. Gives him a dart at double 16.
74.
Skims the wire.
Justin, you require 6. Game shot on the first leg. Justin Smith.
Smith splits. Smith hits. The bearded dragon one up with a break.
Second leg. It's Justin to throw first. Game on. $97.
All just feeling a little flat, isn't it, at the moment? There's two players there that sort of know their destiny. It's a hard sort of scenario to play in. But there are obviously prizes for
60.
league table position. So it's one of those things where right now you feel a little bit flat. But when you get home and the invoice lands and the
47.
money hits the bank, you obviously want the higher paycheck.
And I can imagine it is difficult in this scenario when you know and you've known for a while what your fortune's going to be. To not go through the motions is just a natural human
100.
habit. But it's finding a way of getting yourself out of that particular thought. For someone like Patrick, he can give you, he's on debut, and you mentioned it earlier, everything could gains. But for Justin Smith, he has to almost drag his head out the sewer to a certain extent to try and get himself in the best place going into tomorrow.
132.
So good experiences here. He's won a week here before.
60.
But it hasn't quite worked out yet. And if Justin Smith wants some statistics, which might help him en route, I mean, he could still qualify for B. He takes on Brandon winning in the
81.
last. But the winner of the free group C's in this series have gone on to win the weeks in this series so far.
101. Patrick, you require 128.
Another. Yes. Double 10. Oh,
Game shot on the
wonderful.
second
That's how you
leg.
do it,
Patrick
Patrick Decker. Another big finish from him. The 1-2-8 goes to square the match up. It's one
Third
apiece.
leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Just like McDyer in the last, they've always offered something, haven't they? Every single day they've given us a nice little party piece finish.
136. $43. $60. $44. $95. $43.
Justin Smith landing nothing in this one.
174.
And Patrick Decker leaves a finish after 12. A very solid leg, very one-sided leg. And I'm going to be bold in my prediction. I'm going to think Patrick's going to win this leg, Henry.
60. Patrick, you require 36.
Prime Times picks. Lands
It's on the third
comprehensively.
leg,
2-1 Patrick Decker.
Fourth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
We've got a trilogy of games following this one
97.
here on Pluto TV. The final round of fixtures sees Van Truyck take on Housen, Smith take on Weening, and McDyer up against Decker.
66.
Who are you looking forward to watching out of those that are coming into play tomorrow?
100.
It sounds the boring answer, but I'm intrigued to see how Shane McGirt gets on now with the added pressure on his shoulders.
59. 55.
Yeah, the first time that we would have seen the WDF World
98.
Champion, the newly crowned Lakeside Champ, since picking up the title. Well, had a ceremony back in Monaghan this week to
96.
celebrate his successes. Also had a mention at the end of year presentations on the TV in regards to sporting achievements.
100.
It was
Justin, you
very,
require
very big
153.
news in the Republic of Ireland when he won that title. And he's a big deal now, and suddenly he's catapulted his name. I mean, he was a player that we look forward to watching, but he has now made himself a household name overnight by
89.
winning that particular title. He's also the first player to have gone to the MODUS Super Series Monday quiz and then subsequently won a World Championship.
84. Justin, you require 64.
2-2, double
Game
eight.
shot of 4 flag.
Smith levels
Justin
up
Smith.
to a piece.
5th flag. It's Patrick to throw first. Game on. $41. 128. 140. 125. 140.
I like it for Patrick, although he didn't like dart 3 there.
Yeah, just sort of flicked at it, didn't he, on the release, rather than letting the arm do the work, trying to engage the fingers in the wrist. And Justin Smith is going through the gears and going through them very quickly here.
$84. Justin, you require 68.
16 for double 16. 12
Game
darts.
shot
Where's
of
this
5th
come
flag.
from?
Justin Smith.
Justin Smith was throwing a bag of nails for the first 2 legs. Now he's hit some gold
5th
there.
flag. It's Justin to throw first. Game on.
And this is how quickly he can flick the switch. Because I'm going to put it bluntly, he was woeful in the first 2 legs of this match, and suddenly he's turned it around just like that.
100. 81. 58.
Cruising now, even a maximum for Patrick Decker will not leave him on a finish. So Justin Smith's got 9 darts guaranteed from the 240, and he's made a good bite into it.
Got to give credit where credit's due. Justin Smith has put on a push when it looked like he was just beginning to run out of steam. Got to give a lot of credit to his character for that.
Justin, you require 117.
This for the match. This for back-to-back 12 darters.
77.
And it skims the paint of the wire at tops.
$100. Justin, you require
He leaves himself on something, but this for the match.
Game shot
13
and
dart
the
on the
match.
back of the 12. That's
Justin
more like
Smith.
it for Justin Smith. The first couple of legs, well, he never really got going, but then he pulled in a 4-leg burst to dispose of Patrick Decker by 4 legs to 2. He'll take on Brandon Wheeling in game 14. However, game 13 is coming up after the break as Danny Van Tripe up against Richie Howson.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. Got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the MODUS Super Series. We completed 4 rounds worth of play here on this Wednesday afternoon, and we now enter the final cycle of this Group A. 3 more matches to go on this Wednesday afternoon, and we kick off with the top 2 in the group. It's Danny Van Tripe up against Richie Howson. Nothing obviously can change in this last round's worth of fixtures for these two. But Howson can, if he wins this group, win the group with 28 points to his name. He'd become just the 7th player to do that in Super Series history since July 2022.
First leg, it's Danny to throw first.
And Tripe
Game on.
will get us underway. In the red and black striped shirts, Richie Howson in the claret and blue of West Ham United.
140.
Feyenoord against West Ham United has a feeling of a European game, doesn't it? They actually lost the first ever Europa Conference League final, did Feyenoord. They lost to Jose Mourinho's AS Roma side.
6.
West Ham would win the second incarnation of that competition, beating Fiorentina in the final, courtesy of a 89th minute Jared Bowen strike.
60.
But darts is the name of the game here, and these two have been the best two in this group, and I don't think there's any doubting that.
And Howson has been head and shoulders above
100.
the rest of the field, even despite Danny Van Tripe's heroics at times here. But I think the big story here, the big question is, can Richie Howson join that list of people that have reached 28 points, the highest ever achieved points haul from anyone in a Group A campaign?
60. 140.
In these games, it's all about just doing your job. Get this game done and then get ready for what the scenario is next. For Van
57.
Tripe, it will be
Danny,
a
you
cracker
require
tomorrow night. For
101.
Howson, he can head back to Essex for a couple of days. Nice little jolly jaunt up the A3 and the M25 for Richie once he's done this evening.
43.
He'll have the joys of the Dartford tunnel at rush hour, most probably. But he's been the man in charge of the darts over the course of
54.
these 3
Danny, you
days. But it's Van
require
Tripe who
58.
has the first poke to win the opening leg. Well, that double 18 makes things a little bit awkward. 36 scored. And so double 11 left.
Game shot of first leg.
And
Danny
double
Van
11
Tripe.
found. He's been decent on that target. He's had a couple of chances today.
Ironically, not the first
Second
time we've
leg,
seen
it's
that route for
Richie
the
to the
58
reverse.
today.
Game on.
First time we've seen it executed, though.
108.
Perfect execution there for Richie Howson.
81.
Richie.
140. 41.
Howson 6 darts away from levelling this match up at 1-1.
100.
It's a very strong front nine, that, isn't it, from Howson? 420 points converted.
59.
Not much you can do here against the darts here if you're
require
Danny. It's
81.
literally a 9-darter or sit and hope.
I don't give up on the legs, but he's
49.
probably in his mind half conceded it. Just move on to the next, have the darts.
60.
Doesn't matter, all he has to do is hold 4 times in
32.
this match.
Game shot on the
As
second
good as that leg
Richie
is to Richie
House.
House, and that's a 13-darter. It's an irrelevance for Danny Van Tripe if he does his job here. We saw an example of that in
Third
Richie's
leg,
previous
it's
match
Danny
where
to the row first.
he defied
Game on.
104.84 average from Brandon Weaning by ascertaining 4 holes of throw.
Well, there was points in that game, weren't there? Brandon
6.
Weaning was averaging 118, 115 and losing.
Just need to muck in when you need to.
140. 100. 60. 100. 60. Check 45. $97. $100.
Could last for Howson, gets him down to a finish.
88. Richie require 156.
To put himself 2-1 up. It's not going to go on this particular occasion. And so,
6.
Van Tripe
Danny
will
require
go back.
56.
Looking at 56. He's looking at double top. He's looking at a
Gets on the
2-1
third
lead as the
leg, Danny
towering
Van
Dutchman.
Tripe.
And this was the game where things could have been oh so different for
Fourth leg, it's Richie to
Danny
throw
Van
first.
Tripe. He missed the bullseye on
Game
the
on.
back of the 161 on Monday to dispose of the Owl. And it would have given him a couple of points lead at the top of the table overnight. And how that moment has really changed the
140.
course and complexion of this Group A.
140. $60. $57. $100.
Richie Howson following that pattern of play, though, isn't he, in regards to playing
38.
really strong legs in which he throws first.
$57. $82. Richie require 144. $128.
Well, he's let himself on double 8 to level this match up at 2-2.
$59. Richie requires 16. Gets
Double
on
four
the
is
fourth
found.
leg. Richie Howson.
And we are all square again at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg. It's Danny to throw first. Game on. $45. $140. 60. $60.
And that is what we've been talking about all day in regards to the angle of entry there for Richie Howson. When you get to see on that top wire, he ends up blocking the treble 20, and he'd be advised to have, with dart 3 there, maybe looked downstairs at an open target.
91.
Well, Howson leaves himself on 210, threatening the break of throw here. And Van Tripe, well, it just looks like he's
45.
beginning to wind down almost.
$100. 43. Richie require 110.
To put us at 3-2. He's already had the 104 and the 116. He wasn't too far away from having the 110
94.
to the collection.
$58. Richie requires 16.
Well, he's getting closer. And he's found a
Gets
way
on the
in.
fifth leg,
Howson,
Richie
3-2 to the
Howson.
good. He's got the break and he now has the darts to win it.
Sixth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $85. $80.
Well, Howson's hunger has never waned, has it? Here at the Super Series. Won his first Legends League title and now looking to add a first weekly title to his
95.
ever-growing catalogue of titles on his CV. 4 times he's won on the Seniors Tour. Beat the champion, won the Champion of Champions in March last year.
$100. $100. $140.
140 for Howson, leaves himself at 81 for the match to complete a 4-2 victory, and it would mean that Richie Howson would end the
100.
group
Richie
on
require
28
81.
points. He only dropped his first match of the group. That was against Brandon Weening. But 14
shot
wins
and
on the
match,
spin means that
Richie
Richie Howson equalises the Group A points tally record. He has beaten Danny Van Tripe by 4 legs to 2 with the most characteristic display that epitomises what he's all about. A 4-2 win, 88.5 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles. He beats Van Tripe by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Justin Smith takes on Brandon Weening. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Richie Howson sealed win 14 of 15 in Group A by getting the better of Danny Van Tripe by 4 legs to 2. Now, there is some history that Richie Howson could make on Saturday night because it's 14 wins in a row. Now, if he can win every single match on Saturday, he'll break the record for most consecutive wins in this building.
First leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
14 in a row to complete a Group A. Now, in Jim McEwen's attempts
81.
in Southampton to win a Group A, he actually did it the other way round, where he won 14 matches in a row, had a match start to beat Josh Payne
140.
to make it 15 for 15, missed that match start, Josh Payne would go on to beat him.
56.
17, the record ascertained by Darryl Pilgrim. $100. 92. 'Smith and Weening
81.
is our 14th game of the session.
56. 44.
Brandon Weenie needing just the solitary leg to qualify for Group P.
$43. Brandon, you require 136.
And this will guarantee B.
He's got 6 darts of which to do it.
$96.
Sets it up beautifully for his crowning moment in regards to his final destiny.
56. Brandon, you require 40.
Tops to seal his place into tomorrow night. Brandon
Edge on the
Weenie
first
will
leg.
play
Brandon
in Group
Weenie.
B tomorrow night. He's got the leg that he needed in the very first leg
Second
against
leg,
Justin
it's
Smith.
Brandon to throw first. Game on.
And that prediction we made at the start of the show has come true in regards to our
137.
thought about players not really moving in positions. The table at the start of play is pretty much how it's going to finish at the
57.
end of play. Damage all done across Monday and Tuesday in this group.
140. $140. $100. $140. Brandon, you require 124.
Winning 1-2-4 for 2-0. The bull. Oh,
Edge on the
wonderful. That's
second leg.
another
Brandon Weenie.
big finish for Brandon Weenie. He's had a few of them this week.
Third
One,
leg,
two,
it's
four
Justin
there.
to throw first.
Puts himself
Game
into a
on.
2-0 lead. Winning had the 112 and the 150 on Monday.
140.
They both came in that match, didn't it, against Patrick Decker.
140. $60.
He probably would have felt a bit hard done by, wouldn't he, Brandon Weenie, coming off with 104.84 average losing.
60.
But it looks like he's carrying on that sort of form line here. Once again,
100.
averaging over the 100 mark as he's halfway to victory here against Justin Smith.
Well, if he can find this level and keep it in Group B, he is going to be a live
60.
wire. I think it's a very intriguing Group B tomorrow night. Weaning, Van Tripe, McGurk,
100.
O'Keefe, O'Shea. Good luck splitting hairs, finding 3 from 5 from that mix.
$140. Justin, you require 101.
Triple 15 leaves double 18.
83.
Doesn't go.
Brandon,
So
you
Wheeler's got
require
his chance to find a
101.
second tub plus out in this match and to get the double breaker throw.
$49. Justin, you require 18.
Well, we know Justin Smith's going to split this one.
14.
But he's not going to hit it, and
Brandon,
Brandon
you
Weenie
require
a chance for the double
52.
breaker throw and full control of his final fixture here in Group A.
It's double 16.
44.
But neither that or it's derivative.
Justin, you
Double 8 is
require
found. And so
4.
Justin Smith to pull a leg back. Looking at double 2.
Game shot on the third leg, Justin Smith.
Almost feels like there's been an air of frustration about Justin Smith's game
Full
ever
flag,
since
it's
sort
Brandon
of
to the row first. Game on.
game 5 on Monday. Won just the one game on Tuesday. He's won 2 of his 4 games so far today.
He 140. $43. 95. $140. 59.
Leave a
Brandon,
finish.
you require 138.
6 starts now for Brandon Weening. We know his fate, we know his destiny, but he'll want to end with the win.
58.
He's going to be going into a very, very competitive Group B, which has a very Irish flavour about it.
100. Brandon, you require 80.
For Weening, he's looking at 80 to make it 3-1. Averaging here 95.8 on the back of the 104. And obviously that was in a losing effort, as we mentioned earlier on. Double 10 for 3-1. Doesn't go. Missed doubles are beginning to prop
Justin,
up.
you require 107.
For Brandon, 2 from 8 now in terms of his finishing. Justin looking at 107. Was looking for double 17, leave double 18. He's going to come back for 52 if Weening cannot convert double 10 with 3 more in hand.
$10. Justin, you require 52.
Well, Brandon Weening's done all the scoring in this game, but 2 from 11 on the doubles has presented outside chances for Justin
Game
Smith,
shot on the fourth
in
leg,
which
Justin
he takes,
Smith.
and we're all square. It's 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to the row first. Game on.
Don't forget, once we're done, we're going to be enjoying Life on the Farm with Scott Mitchell
100.
on Pluto TV. "90-minute feature, that. 90 minutes of Scott Mitchell showing us all about farm life.
96.
And I can guarantee there's a few goats in there, and that's not Jake Kenyon presenting either.
95.
There's no problems when it's coming to the big power scorings, is there, for Brandon Weening? The problems has been the doubles,
59.
18% in this game, 2 from 11.
This stage has been very, very good.
105.
That leads himself on the Shanghai.
$93. Brandon, you require 120.
So to get the break, to move 3-2 up, and then he'd have the darts to win the match there on forward.
100. Justin, you require 154.
One of those where he's got a couple of options here, but it's treble 18 for tops with the 154. Oh,
Game shot
wonderful.
on the fifth leg.
Brilliant from the
Justin
bearded
Smith.
dragon. Just when he needed to breathe some life in this game, he's found a 154
Fifth
finish
leg.
to
It's
put
Brandon
himself
to the
3-2 to
first.
the good.
Game on.
That's his first big checkout of the week, and what style and time to do it in. He'll obviously feel it's way too late in regards to his hopes and prospects in this group,
90.
but it does put him in good stead for the rest of the week, where you'd still put him a big favourite to book a place on Saturday night.
100.
And it has been one of those games where Brandon's done all the scoring, but Justin has been mopping up the legs.
100.
What was it they said about Peter Wright once upon a time? The janitor that would sweep up?
26.
Well, Justin Smith's doing exactly that here.
100. $41.
Smith, 6 darts of the match on 201.
100.
Smith, 101 to win 4-2.
140. Justin, you require 101.
Well, he had the 154 in the previous leg, and he's
Big
going to
shot
wrap it
and
up
the
with the
match,
101.
Justin
Smith saves his best darts for last in Group A. Brandon Winning had the opportunity to stretch clear in that contest, missed numerous opportunities, but for Justin Smith, a week which hasn't really got going yet, but maybe that last performance will give him some confidence going into a tilted Group C. A 4-2 win for the Bearded Dragon, 2 ton plus checkouts. Coming up after the break, we're going to end the day with Alton McDyer and Patrick Decker.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So, to the final game of the group, and it is Alton McDyer against Patrick Decker here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, we know all of the positions now. Richie Howson, 28 points top. Van Tripe, 20 points second. Brandon Weening and Justin Smith on 12 points respectively, but Weening will go through for a couple of legs on legs difference to Group B. So Smith in fourth for being Group C, McDyer fifth on 10, Patrick Decker on 6 points and at the bottom of the table. So we know that none of the positions can change. These
First
two
leg,
trying
it's Alton to throw
get
first.
themselves into the best possible stead going into Thursday afternoon's play. And I can tell you the fixtures for the first round tomorrow. Would you like to know, Matt?
Yeah, why not?
Mason Whitlock will take on Patrick Decker. Henry Coates will take on
95.
Alton McDyer. And Luke Smith will take on Justin Smith.
The Smith Derby.
96.
And then the final round of fixtures will see Alton take on Justin. Mason Whitlock will take on Henry Coates. And Patrick Decker will end the day
60.
against Luke Smith. Then in Group B, on Thursday night, the first three fixtures, Kelvin O'Keefe up against Brandon Weening.
99.
John O'Shea against Danny Van Tripe. And Shane McGurk against Kelvin O'Keefe.
134. $100.
Yeah, it's sort of the ideal
Also,
time
you
to hit the
require
maximums there, where you can
110.
leave yourself on a single dart finish. No finish though for McDyer.
42. Patrick, you
Decker.
require 72.
Opportunity.
$32. Alton, you require 68.
So McDyer at 68 to take out the opening leg of this match. The ball. Does not go.
43. Patrick, you require 40. $35. Alton, you require 25.
So 25 for Alton McDyer to take this opening leg. 2 8s.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
it is
Alton
the man from the
McDyer.
Republic of Ireland that takes the opening leg of this match.
Second leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on. 60. 100. 60. 60.
When you sort of look at the demeanour of both of the players, they're two players that have really enjoyed the
60.
successes that they have had, even if they have been quite limited across this Group A campaign. That is a good sign moving forward, though, when you can embrace the good moments regardless of how often or consistent they are. You see
60.
Gerwin Price take out a double one on a 30 dart leg. He's going to celebrate it the same way, because the ultimate thing is winning the leg. And it's good that we've got two players here that are picking out the
45.
positives, because there's been plenty of positives to pick out for the pair here going into a Group C campaign.
And as we've mentioned all week long, because they are on debut here, they're trying to eke up as much of this particular experience as they possibly can.
80.
And all power to them for doing it. Now, I do have some news for you, Matt. Today has been a day filled with Euro Tour qualifiers. Now, a name that we've been talking about a lot in this building over the last couple of years, Darrell Pilgrim, is now, of course, gone on to get his tour card.
100.
Well, at the first attempt, he's qualified for Euro Tour, beat Karel Sedlacek of the Czech Republic 6-5. Thibaut Tricol has also qualified. He beat Kim Huybrechts by 6 legs to 2.
41.
And Matt Campbell, who actually won a series phase in Southampton in 2021, beat Mike Kyvenhoven by 6 legs to 4.
100. Alton, you require 106.
McDiet looking at 160 to double his lead.
$41.
That was
Patrick,
back
you
when they were
require
mini-series, weren't they?
76.
5-week cycles. Decker looking at 76. Should get a dart to level up. We'll get a dart at tops to make it one apiece.
56.
Driss just low.
Alton, you require 119.
One of the worst finishes on a dartboard, this, 119. The treble doesn't feel like any benefit. Treble 20 for tops. Just dragging down on the darts a little bit here. Just
51.
landing in a
Patrick,
little
you
bit more
require 20.
aggressive in regards to the angle of entry.
Game shot on his second leg.
Patrick levels,
Decker.
it's 1-1.
Third leg, it's Alton to throw first. Game on. $60. $25. $140. $60.
Well, McDiet in charge of this leg on throw. It feels like one of those games where the player who
140.
has the advantage of throw is going to make the inroads.
$100. Alton, you require 161. $59. 140. Alton, you require 102.
McDyer 102. Well, that's a happy accident, although I'm sure you'll probably comment now on the fact that he went for the bullseye
51.
first.
See no benefit. I don't get it.
41. Alton,
Really
you
threw himself
require
into that one
51.
there, Patrick Decker.
Game shot on the third leg. Alton McDyer.
And McDyer finds the double 10. He moves 2-1 to the goods.
Fourth leg.
Left-handers
It's
on
Patrick
double
to
10,
throw
eh?
first.
Seems to be a bit
Game
of a
on.
pattern.
Well, just some news elsewhere from that qualifier. Thomas Lovely, who appeared on this stage last year, has beaten King Barry by 6 legs to 1.
85. $60. $100. $140. $60. $60.
Good visit that from Patrick. Leaves himself a 116. And again, the player throwing first in a leg is taking full command of said leg.
60.
And it
Patrick,
looks
you
like
require 116.
6 starts from here. We could be getting dragged back level to another even kilter in this contest. If he can find double 18.
98. $100. Patrick, you require 18.
Double 9.
Game
Levels
shot on the
this
fourth
contest
leg.
up.
Patrick Decker.
McDyer 2. Decker 2.
Fifth leg. It's Alton to throw first. Game on.
It's safe to say he's grown into the week, isn't it, Patrick Decker? Just in regards to
42.
his mannerisms, his confidence.
Well, there's a lot of people that make their debut in this competition and they are very camera shy. It's fair to say Patrick Decker is not that.
55. $100. $134.
Well, James Howell, someone that we've seen here in the past, has secured his passage through to the Belgian Darts Opens, beaten Kai Gottard by
40.
6 legs to 3.
It's at that point now, I believe, isn't it, when we look at these Euro Tour qualifiers, that the majority of them would have come or spent time at the Super Series.
Well, another one that was here last year, Mr. Dart, well, was left on a finish to win the
96.
title. Cam Crabtree. 6-0 winner against Andrew Gilding, averaging just under a ton in that match.
82.
Dale Pilkin, by the way, in his game, averaged 103.5 to get over the line.
26.
In fact, of the players that have already qualified, Matt, every single player has either played in this building or in Southampton. In the case of Campbell, he played in the previous studio.
100.
But McDyer leaving himself on 137 to move himself back in front 3-2.
$60. Alton, you require 137. $42. Patrick, you require 130.
Treble for the bull. Not to be, and so Alton McDyer will come back looking
Alton,
at
you
95
require
to open up
95.
a 3-2 lead in this match.
$79. Patrick, you require 102.
Well, there's a number of options here for Patrick.
Doesn't go with the bullseye with the opening dart, which is the sensible play.
50. Alton, you require
Double 8 for
16.
Alton to move 3-2 up.
$12.
Decker's got a break
Patrick,
chance,
you
and if he gets
require
the break, he
52.
throws for the match. It's double top.
Gets on the
Beautifully
fifth
done.
leg.
An
Patrick
apology
Decker.
from Patrick, but he moves 3-2 up.
Sixth leg. It's Patrick to throw first. Game on. $96. $97. $96. $99. $96.
Well, Patrick Decker's now beginning to make the significant move in this match. Got the break in the last.
81.
And now has 6 starts on 213 to complete a 4-2 victory.
$140.
And he's going to come back for 73 to complete said job.
60. Patrick, you require 73.
Tops of the match.
53.
Not to be.
Alton, you
Well,
require
this would be the
164.
ultimate act of darting defiance. But McDyer isn't going to take out the 164.
41. Patrick,
So,
you
2
require
10s
20.
for Patrick Decker to end his Group A campaign with a win.
Game shot.
And a win it
and the
is for
match.
Patrick Decker. You like the look of that. And he'll be hoping for a bit more when it comes to Group C. Both him and Alton McDyer will face off a couple more times in the afternoon session on Thursday and Friday, respectively. At the tail of the tape, Decker winning 4-2. Richie Howson's the winner of the group. He picked up 14 wins in a row to win the group. Analysis coming up in a few moments' time. So this is what we've seen on Wednesday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Patrick Decker got the better of Alton McDyer by 4 legs to 2, but it was a group that was dominated by Richie Housley. He dropped his first match on Monday morning, but then won each of the 14 thereafter. So he tops the group. He won it by 8 points in the end from Danny Van Tripe in second, and he had an 8-point gap to Brandon Reaney. And there was certainly a top two that was dominant in terms of that group. Justin Smith is going to be playing in Group C this week. So this is how the tournament bracket looks. Richie Housen has won Group A. Group C is what we're going to see tomorrow afternoon and Friday afternoon. And Group B looks a real tantalising prospect, including the WDF World Champion Shane McGurk in action. Right, primetime Matthew Edgar is here in the studio to give his primetime analysis on what we've seen today. Richie Housen dropped his first match of the group. He then subsequently would go on to win his last 14, and he was head and shoulders above the rest of the field, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's too good for the group on this given week. He played very, very well. Big finishes, great checkout percentages, big scores when he needed them the most. Reactive play is how I've described it, and today was exactly the same. He was just, like you say, head and shoulders above the rest of this chasing pack and the deserved winner of the group.
And even when people were pushing at him, he'd find a way. I mean, that Brandon Weaning game, 104 the average for Brandon. But Richie did what he had to do. He had the darts in that match and he clinged on to it for dear life.
So solid with the throw, wasn't he, Richie Housen, throughout this whole campaign. Didn't always produce his best against the darts, but you don't have to. If you're as solid as Richie was on the darts, then you're always going to be in a good position, and that was a case in point there. Just shy of 105 average for Brandon Weaning, and Richie Housen coming out on top with just 4 holds a throw. So all you got to do. Sometimes we sort of complicate the game, and we try and win every single battle, and you don't have to win every battle. Certainly when you've got the darts, you just got to hold your throw, and that is the battle to win, and he's done that enough times that he's topped the table quite convincingly.
Danny Van Tripe finished second in the group. Overall, what would you say about his progress this week?
I don't think he's made progress, but I think he's produced. I think he's done some good things at times. It'll probably feel a little bit hard done by in regards to the points tally he's got and how close he's got, but I do think he's probably thrown a couple of games away at times in this Group A campaign. Certainly when it sort of got to the point where the group was gone for him, or it looked like it was a bit of an impossible task, we didn't quite see the best of him from that point. He's got plenty of time now. I think he'll do well in a Group B campaign, and I think he'll do well in there with players with a little bit more reputation, the players he'll be a bit more aware of. Because I think that's one thing we've learned about Danny. When he plays one of the players who's got a bit of a CV, a bit of reputation, he produces. But I think he just takes the foot off the gas a little bit when he doesn't play one of the bigger names.
So Danny Van Tripe will be in action in Group B. Richie Housen has won Group A, and then Group C is what we're going to be seeing tomorrow afternoon. Matt, see you tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much for your company as ever. Really, really enjoyed watching the darts alongside you. That is just about it from us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Coming up after the break, we're heading onto the farm with Scott Mitchell in the latest edition of the On the Oche series. He keeps talking about life on the farm. You can actually see it for yourself. It's a full 90-minute documentary, and that follows this particular broadcast. We're back tomorrow from 1 o'clock here on Pluto TV to see how Group C gets underway. But as far as Group A is concerned, it's Richie Housen who's dominated proceedings. The Owl turns out to be a morning person. From all of us here, thanks for watching. Bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Finals night, and it's a knockout. Dirty Harrison! Robin Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator,